Hi! Welcome back to EVENFALL, everybody. Thanks for joining. I had to rip everybody out of a very long Stardew Valley conversation.
It's great.
So
I've never played.
I was mostly listening.
You should, Grace. You'd love it.
We should all play together.
We should all have a little farm. Let's all bring our Switches.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't play D&D anymore.
Switch.
All right, cool. See you guys later.
Let me go get my Switch.
There's a farm setting in Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Oh my god.
There's a what?
A farm, a Stardew Valley-like setting in Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Cool.
Jacob was trying so hard
You guys
to
can
avoid
play that
this
one without
fate.
me. That's alright.
Wow.
Not that I dislike Stardew Valley.
You don't want to be
He
a
doesn't
lesbian?
like Stardew Valley.
Jacob does not like Stardew Valley.
Don't know about that.
disappointing.
I love the lesbians. I don't know if I
Lesbians?
want to be one, but it's pretty cool.
Be a gay boy.
You can.
Well,
That's
that's
your two options.
sold.
Gay boy farmer.
Jacob's
Or
like gay
gender
boy
non-
and Jack's playing.
Yeah, just
Confirming, you could just be a queer.
You're just a person.
Yeah, you know.
Farmer.
This system
an
is
entity.
open to
Yeah.
any
Farmer,
Sexuality.
You can
Farmer.
be a cat person.
I'm reeling it back in. I'm
Gender
reeling it back
farmer.
in.
We're not. we're not
FarmersOnly.com.
Oh
Oh god,
We're goofy
That's
today.
the intro.
We're goofy
fucking-
today.
Who wants to do the recap?
not me.
We walked
It's
up.
Jordan.
We
Jordan,
walked
what
up
happened
Mount
last
Ora.
time on Evenfall?
remember.
What happened last time we played? We played this game where we roll dice and stuff.
Jordan's thinking about lesbians.
I know,
else
this is
is
a
new?
clever way to just...
Jacob actually didn't even
pull
look
you
at the
out of
die
that.
result.
I
He
did,
just
it's a
went,
3.
okay.
1, 2, 3.
It's a trace.
So I talked to Kurt talked to Elvin, had a conversation about her vision of. I want to make sure my mic is on.
It should be.
Because there was a problem with that last time.
Her sort of a view of Umberly faith, and we all were gonna go try and figure out what to do about Phillip, and we went
Shopping and did some chores, and Kurt went and tried to see what the hierarchy of the local Umberly church is, and it turns out that none of them are even close to Kurt's level of player.
Yeah.
So they led an angry peace mob to the castle to try and force peace onto Phillip. And it didn't quite go the way that they wanted it to, but we did publicly declare that we would in a fortnight
Or attending.
or 10 days at most. We would figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
There were lots of meetings between characters, not all of which I remember.
That's fair.
Then we set off.
to go to the monks that Philip had spent time with,
Yes.
and we and we climbed a mountain in cold weather clothes.
And it fucked everybody up. Well, not it didn't fuck Kurt up.
Everyone else, though.
But everyone
was-
else
Mostly
died
chilling.
who
twice.
didn't have resistance
Kurt
to cold
dabbled in
damage.
exhaustion while
Yeah.
Lelia was near death.
Kurt flirted with being tired, but
Yeah, yeah.
ultimately...
Ultimately,
Lelia
Lelia nearly was
ground
killed.
into the dirt.
Yeah.
The snow.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. A well-timed and executed minor restoration, lesser restoration.
Fuzzies.
And then I believe we made it to the summit, and that. Oh,
uh,
and we met.
all
yeah,
the
it is.
people who had been exiled from their monastery by a team of giants.
Jordan, pause for me for a second. Your mic's being funky again.
Oh.
Can you, where's the box? Oh, it's out. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I could.
Having a rough time
I
connecting.
could reset it so that it's
Just turn it off, turn it back on for
Essentially
me.
against your face.
He's too
because
focused.
it may just need a fresh connection onto that.
You just muted it. No, there you go.
There we go.
There you go. I think you just needed that. I'll keep an eye on it. Keep going.
Celabi.
And they had all these monks and their attendants had like the local economy that goes up around a monastery.
Were
Son of a bitch.
abandoned or sorry, displaced from their monastery, and they were displaced because this Jackadoo stole from them and
Liberated their slaves. Now, liberating their slaves is all right. That's the cool thing. But he did steal a sword from them. And so the giants have come back to the monastery, kicked everyone out, and they're like hunkering down, and we don't know what they're doing in there. And we talked to this guy, and we were like, hey, guy, that was wrong. And he wanted us to go murder those giants, which is essentially he wanted us to go Suicide Squad, like the good movie and not the bad movie. And we're like, no, we're not going to go do that. And we talked to him.
It's not that he wanted you to do it. He wanted to do it, but couldn't do it. So he was like, "Can you come with me?"
Yeah, he wanted us to. He wanted us to go with him to
Yeah.
die.
Yeah.
And we ended up guilting him out of giving us the sword back. And our idea, I believe, was it Lelia who scouted?
No, it's
No,
no,
it was
It was Core.
Birds.
With the owls.
Yeah, the flock of familiars.
Flock of familiars. Went and scouted it out, the thing, and we were just about ready to go in and see if we can't talk these giants down from the
Turn
mountain.
this back on.
Yeah, I think,
That's
I
gone.
think, I think mine and Jordan's are.
No, because his is gone again. Yours is no. Now it's back. Now you're both back.
Okay. Do you want me to set a fresh link to Jordan so it'll give it a new spot that's
I don't know
away
if that's
from
good.
everyone else's?
Uh,
Because that should help.
Also,
I
kind
can just
of
do it. How do you do it?
important.
I
point
need
that
the
Jordan
pack
missed.
mic.
Eugene got fucking kidnapped.
Yeah,
by
yeah.
terrorists,
Yeah.
And Lamarcia helped him, and so did Elisar.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh, sorry.
That- yeah, that was a crazy session.
There was a bone claw
Yeah,
there.
the boon code.
And the bone claw was following us up the mountain.
Yes, it was stalking
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And Core's the only one who saw it for a while, and Phelan was like, nah, nothing's chasing us. And then the next night was awoken by Core saying, it's in the mouth of the cave.
Terrifying.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. And what's the person on Discord did those really dope
Sushi.
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 yeah.
Yeah.
series of incredible
The best sushi.
I muted it, but try this.
I had the thought of like, maybe I should do
I'm
what
actually
Jordan
getting
recommended
feedback on
and text
Jordan's
Colton at 3 a.m. or something, just to fuck with him.
Oh my god, I would be terrified. I also wouldn't like see it till the morning because I have my phone on Do Not Disturb. I'd be like, what's by my door?
Can I get a favor? Can everyone mute their mics really quick?
all right, hey everybody, we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna troubleshoot some weird shit's happening. So we're gonna go to break for like 5 minutes. We'll be back in just a second. we're back. Hey,
36
everybody.
minute
I'm
finale.
stopping Jordan from ranting before we come back. Hopefully, the audio should be fixed now. Just had to reset a bunch of shit.
Quick,
but
do some
now
more
we're good.
ranting so we can make
Too
sure.
bad they couldn't have reset the finale of Moon Knight. That's what I'm saying.
On a different note, we got a super chat while we were doing that. $5 from Major's Tower. How much in donations? Counting this one as the first to see Jack and Jacob kiss.
Sorry, that's
How much was it?
$5.
I do it for $5.
No, this is when you say 500. No,
500.
no.
No, we
Hell
can't. Hey,
no.
well, I'm not some fucking whore, Colton.
I told Jacob to
I
say
can't be
not
bought.
you.
Wow.
I mean, you're being bought for
Wow.
$5.
Wow.
Yeah, it's true. They donated $5, and you went, yeah.
I said I'd do it for
$5?
free.
Jacob
For
Matthew.
free? For free?
Oh,
So
You guys don't want to save this content?
That was for you, you sick fucks.
Jeez.
Man, you went an open mouth too and everything. Fuck me.
Jack was like, I did not expect this.
I went back in.
There
I
you
just wanted to I went back. I doubled down.
Believe it or not, not the first time we've done that.
No,
No.
People know that wasn't
and
the...
it won't be the last.
I'm sure.
No, it won't.
it's literally the, this is my boyfriend and this is his boyfriend.
You're
So
literally.
you're saying you were like, is this
April
what you like to play
Ludgate,
Atari?
yeah.
'Cause
This is
then-
my husband. This is my husband's boyfriend.
Yeah, I hate my husband's boyfriend.
No, I don't hate you.
All right. So
just strongly dislike
where we last left off was Jordan was still recapping the, the episode.
No, we got to the end.
The chat is going wild. They just saw it.
Oh man.
It's gonna be a GIF.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Please,
It's gonna be a
please
gift.
make it a gift. Oh my God, I can die happy. All right, so just to finish up the recap to what had
The
just
recap.
happened last time. You guys made your way back to we're still good. Made your way to the monastery and found out that it was invaded by a bunch of giants. The monastery that Phillip used to live
Hang
at
out.
after he was
Just
exiled from Leonia, and which he eventually left and started adventuring and met up with the party. But now that you guys have come back, you've climbed the mountain. It was real tough, nearly died, but you made it up there. And like Jordan had just explained, the leader of the monks wanted you guys to try to resolve the giant dispute peacefully. But the trainee, not trainee, that's not the right word, but the student, I suppose, who had caused this issue in the first place, wanted to go get revenge, kill those giants. Kurt, you managed to convince Arfu to give up the black iron blade that he had, the black forged steel weapon. That's Elden Ring. The weapon that he had created in order to, he had stolen in order to possibly broker peace, to allow him to possibly be let back into, because he's currently in exile as well. And you talked to Jairus about it. He said it's a possibility, but I won't promise anything that does. He was very surprised to find that you would retrieve the sword from him. Phillip, you got a lay of the land of kind of what's going on here at the top of the mountain with all these people. They look like they're surviving. They could survive for quite a long time, but really they aren't at their home. They're currently just trying to live off the land as refugees, and there's a sheer amount of like empathy that you share for these people that you lived with for a long time. Some of them you know and had relationships with even, and people that you are that had helped you and given you a place that you could live that was free from the judgment of this curse of Grotz that you have. But that's where we had left off last game, was you guys resting for the rest of the day with these people, deciding on what to do next.
Oh man, can we maybe rest for like 2 days?
2 days?
Just
Yeah.
curious.
I agree. I think 2 days is
Lelia,
like
what do you
just
think?
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys rest for a good amount of the day, going around the camp, sort of separately. You're not all together all at once, but there's a time when you guys go around there. They've got a big pot of soup and stew that they've made from primarily dry foodstuffs and vegetables, not these people rarely ever consume meat. There may be a few people who do and hunt, but a good majority, maybe 90-95% of the monks here do not consume meat.
Is it better or worse than Eowyn's soup?
It's definitely better.
Okay.
She
It's
tried, okay?
We can
Yeah.
actually get it down.
Luckily,
right?
I don't.
yeah, but I mean,
need to.
it's bland is the thing. It's just it's like a vegetable broth with carrots, potatoes, and like maybe like beets, maybe a lot of roots, and they're dry. But
So
even though
not
it's like a
soup, it's tuber
yeah,
Tuber soup?
yeah,
soup.
pretty much tuber soup, and
Tuber soup?
it's not. They don't have the luxury of having a lot of seasoning, so it's it's like it's slightly salty,
My
but that's like
fucking
it.
paprika at home.
Yeah.
I don't fucking.
But it's food,
It's warm.
and there's a point where you guys go over, and there's like these wooden bowls that you guys take over to the gigantic pot of cauldron of soup, and you guys are moving around some of the people who live here, and kind of rubbing shoulders and whatnot as some people kind of look over. There's some monks that ask you about like who you are, and like Laszlo, one of them, looks down and just asks you about your sword, and says like, where did you acquire such a weapon?
My girlfriend gave it to me. Not my wife.
Well, where's your wife?
She's busy. You know, just she's in. Have you ever heard of Leonia?
Yes, well, yeah, I've heard of it.
Very far
She
away
lives
from
home.
here. That's where she is. She's just chilling there. I hope she's doing okay.
There's another, what looks like a human woman looks over. She's completely bald. These long furred robes. She looks over towards you, Philip, and just says, "So you've returned home, Philip?"
Briefly, yeah.
You kind of look around at one another. Say, "So, does he still?"
Yeah. That's why I came back.
That's why you've come back.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's something else. It's like many of us assumed you'd come back to help us.
Oh no, definitely. Now that I'm here, no. But I didn't know that this had happened. I'm going to help.
Well, thank you.
Just a few of us took much more of a beating walking up the mountain than others.
There are two little girls, long black hair, some tied in the back. And they walk over barefoot on the snow, but as you look down, a lot of these people here are barefoot as well, and they have like these very calloused feet. They're extremely pale as they walk across some of the snow. A lot of the snow has been cleared to the dirt underneath it. It's not as blizzardy as it is up here, but they seem accustomed to it, and they walk over, and Phelan, you notice that they are just sneaking up behind Lelia, who does not notice them at all. And you watch as one of them, so they're like whispering to one another, you can't hear what they're saying, and then walks over, and one of them's like reaching out to like the back of her head. Do you let this play
Kids,
out?
right?
Yeah, two like
You just-
like
They're not gonna
8 or
murder
9 years
her.
old.
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
You just
He
watching?
soup. Yeah, he just like.
Lelia, you begin to like feel a tug on the back of your head. You look behind you, and you see this young girl is sort of has like grabbed a strands of your hair, and she looks up and she looks you dead in the eyes. She's just like, "Why is your hair red?"
Why is your hair black?
I don't know.
Her hair's pink.
No, it's red.
And then the other little girl like overcomes her confidence and walks over and just grabs a piece of like her hair, and she's just like, "How'd you do that?"
I grew it like you grew yours. I guess it's a little more complicated than that, but
Can
yeah.
I have one?
A piece of my hair?
Yeah.
Why do you want a piece of my hair?
I don't know. It's pretty.
She'll take like let me just look. I want to take out the entire goddamn sword if I can help it, but I guess I'm taking out the entire goddamn sword.
You take out your sword.
I'll take out my sword and just like cut off a little
You take out the
piece of
As
it.
soon as you
What
take out the sword, they're like, "Whoa!" And they watch and just like, "You have a sword?"
I do.
My mom said I'm not allowed to have
Well, I'm older. I'm older, so maybe when you get older, you can.
How old are you?
That's a good question.
I'm 9.
Don't we all know?
Much older than that.
On this many.
I am
That's 8.
that, and that many.
She's trying.
The 8-year-old girl is just like, she looks at what is presumably her older sister, says, 10,
10.
22.
Exactly. 22.
You're old.
Kind of. There's people older
Do you
than
cut
me.
your hair?
That's why all this is shorter on this
Can I
side.
cut it?
No.
Can I do your makeup?
I can cut off a piece for you, though.
Please. Please, 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 please.
If my friend Phelan helps you with it.
He's just like,
Soup drops.
Phelan looks
trust
like,
you.
do you really think I'm the best person?
I'm going to trust you to make sure that these kids don't completely
Are
mess
you
with
a
my
dog? We had a dog once. He ran away.
We went to this farm up in a region.
Are you our dog?
I'm not a dog.
Why you kind of look like one?
If you want, I can help.
Well, that's rude.
This woman comes up from behind the 2 girls and just says, Anna, Dela, why are you bothering these people? She says, I'm so sorry. She's like, no, she said we could cut some of her hair. And she's like, dude, I'm so sorry. You don't have to.
It's fine. Kids are curious.
She's like throwing a fit now. She's very upset as she's it sort of like pushes them away and she like falls to the ground. She's like dragging her knees. She like pushes her along. She's like, "It's gonna get down." They get pulled away.
All right. You don't see very many red-haired people up here.
Most of them are
Just wait till they
bald.
see
So,
Kurt.
Imagine that.
That's true.
We all almost died.
Are you a fish?
I love fish.
I'm a piranha.
I was thinking
And then Amazon.
Oh, fuck.
I don't even know that one.
That's Finding Nemo.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
That's right.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
The dentist.
fishy. Wake up.
No, not that.
Sorry.
Alright.
I don't know if this would make you feel any better, Lelia, but it actually inside the monastery they have like these heated rooms. They're really nice to relax in. You'd feel quite a lot better if you got into one.
Is it like a sauna? Or,
Yeah.
Ooh, another reason to take back the
I was gonna say, do we have some giants in there to deal with first, right?
Yeah, but I mean, once we deal with them, you could.
Realistically,
I mean, the soup by itself is really nice.
realistically,
The fact that it's
we're
just at least a
trying to
little
do
warm.
this without a fight, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's not
2
going to be a
footsteps
fight.
walk over right behind Philip, and this large half-orc individual sits down, tied back, black hair, pre-built, maybe mid-30s, sits down, looks over towards Philip, bumps you, nearly push the, he's sort of like a green
dude,
hueish
bro.
of skin. As he looks over, he sort of bumps the side of you, and he just says, hey, Grumpy.
Oh no.
Hi.
I didn't think you'd come back.
I didn't think you'd still be here.
And you pick one L at a time.
I'm here now.
What are these guys?
These are my friends.
We are Kurt and the motherfuckers.
I still hate
That one's Kurt.
I am.
Where
Very
the mother?
colorful group here.
Where's the mother?
Where'd you find them?
Where do we meet? Not you.
Caravan.
Caravan. I
I
met.
held you
What?
after you were born. That's how we met.
We're having major issues, I don't think so.
I was there the day we were.
I was there, you were born. You know, I was there, you were born.
I
I was there,
You were born.
You know, push my posh.
Everything's connected.
We're family
now.
now.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It's fine now.
Gina, you gonna tell us about your handsome friend?
This is my handsome friend.
Does your handsome
fuck
friend
is
have a
going
name
on?
or a child with you?
Nope.
Oh my god.
We
I
are
came back to a really odd part. Oh my god.
both men. I don't think it would work that way. This is Kalaz.
Look, there are miracles beyond your
Kalaz.
understanding.
Kalaz.
Kalaz. Nice to meet you, Kalaz.
I
What do you
need this
do?
person.
Give a moment, because
Oh boy.
Hey, y'all. How's it going?
I bet you if we just keep talking, it'll probably be fine. With Jacob turning that off, it'll...
Hello,
fix the
Kalaz.
audio
I'm
stuff.
just Laszlo. He's being weirdly quiet.
Yeah, that happens
He
sometimes.
just spaces out.
He
sometimes.
eats soup and then he takes a.
He has like diabetes or something. Low blood sugar. Just
You gotta contemplate the two whole flavors.
oh my god, it's like Ratatouille.
How is
this?
well, the
Raccoonie.
probably hasn't eaten one. So
Have you seen
Starchy.
Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Oh.
There's a
haven't seen
it's
that,
a
but I hear it's
multiverse
great.
movie, and there's
Yeah,
a
I hear
some
it's
plot
great.
that reference a universe where a raccoon teaches a man how to cook, and it's
That's awesome.
Raccoonie. It's a raccoon on top of the man's head, pulling his hair as he chops sushi.
That's amazing.
Right.
So good.
Oh, the camera's doing that dumb thing again.
Oh yeah, because it has nothing to focus on.
yeah.
That's where my eyes go.
So someone go, hello, I'm Jacob Budz.
It's like perfectly in. Oh.
Oh, there it goes. Are we gonna go back on break or? Nope.
We're just kind of going as. What?
Smell.
You could do that at any time.
Yeah, there's a
Realize.
meeting.
Yes.
That's the worst part.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. After
Maybe it-
a lot of troubleshooting, I think I fixed it.
I know I got.
Just waiting for the okay on Emma.
We sacrificed Jordan.
Making sure. We did have to kill Jordan in the process.
Yeah, we need the blood
We
sacrifice.
located it to one mic.
That's
It was a
how the
frequency
started.
issue.
It's like,
What are you guys talking about over there? What are you
the
doing?
drink is fun.
My drink's not my drink.
Oh,
What?
okay.
It tastes like an orange cream, but I got a bubble gum. So,
Interesting.
you get it?
Hmm?
You get anything?
Nope.
This one should be mine. This one had the...
Emma says it's good, so I think we're good. We just had to change some frequencies around and play with the mics a little bit. Everybody's got a different pack now.
Yeah.
Like Green
I'm
Spencer.
Tyler.
I'm Craig.
Colton is Craig.
I'm
Actually,
Jack
that does
and
pose an
Jordan.
issue.
Oh my God, you're two people at once.
Who do you have
Yeah,
Tyler
yeah.
now?
Jack and Jordan.
Jack and Jordan. So I'm gonna actually turn you.
Oh God. Turn those
Actually, no, it's fine.
motherfuckers
It's fine.
down.
I'm on Craig now, if that matters.
Okay.
I'm on Craig's level.
No, you should be fine. I could
how
hear
I
you
love
fine when I was
Craig.
listening to the thing. All right, just let us know if it continues to fucking die or something.
Please do.
Anyways, we had just left off with you guys talking about something.
We were
Meaning
talking
the half-orc.
Yeah, my
Right.
lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the name you
And
went
then
with?
that.
and then I realized that his name shouldn't be that, and that you should definitely change his name.
You mean you don't want collabs?
No.
To occur?
No.
I guess I'm pretty sure. I was like a Spencer, just
I
still
didn't
getting
catch that.
revenge for the core
Really
thing.
went through like just a name generator and went, that sounds great.
Now you know why.
Now you see how
Hey,
easy it is,
people
Spencer.
have similar sounding names in real
Yeah.
life.
And
They're
maybe there's
not
just
connected.
a bunch of
Jack and Jake?
Yeah, exactly. My friend Jake.
Yeah, no, I know.
From
I
Shout out to
Farm?
you, Jake PG.
Do you want his name
No.
to be different or no?
Yeah, name change his name.
Jake from choir in high school.
Oh, like, not from State Farm?
No. I don't know what he's up to these days.
Maybe you were State Farm.
Definitely watching this.
Probably not.
Oh yeah. 100%.
This finds its way to him. He'll be like, "Hey, what's up?" We were in a barbershop quartet / acapella group together in high school.
You've had,
Surprised that bond did not
you've had an
last,
interesting
you know.
life.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so going back, you guys do that thing. All of that happens with the kids, and then they walk away, and then this guy walks over. This half-orc individual, sort of this sort of greenish skin, rebuilt, mid-30s, sits down next to you. He just very casually just says, "Hey, Grumpy," and then you guys talk a little bit, and then where were we from there?
That's about
Dude
where we
bro.
were.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dude Bro sat
Right,
down.
right, he said, where did you pick up these guys?
We were doing a job together, and then we were attacked by a undead
Creepy-ass
dragon,
Oh, that's
Whoa.
metal.
What kind of job?
and we were escorting some cargo.
Escorting some cargo. You went from living here to escorting cargo?
Yeah. And then a lot's happened since.
You
then.
like escorting cargo, Phillip?
No, it was bad. We got attacked by a dragon, and then this one tried to kill the dragon, or
I
face the
know.
dragon head on.
Yeah.
Did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
I-
see. You
stupid.
guys are like some cool adventurers.
I remember,
No,
I
we're in
had
a
to-
band.
I had to
We're in a
drag one of
band.
you out
You're-
because we were staying
You
behind.
play music for gigs?
Yeah.
That's why you fight dragons?
Gene's our drummer.
Yeah.
You know, traveling on the road, you kind of
Who's
find
Gene?
yourselves.
Oh, you don't know? Sorry, that's just
The
it's
stage
something that we
name,
have
yeah.
because we're so close. That's
Kurt calls me Jean.
That's Gene's name. It's his real name. It's not a thing he shares with a lot of people. It's just
Yeah,
because
I
we have
thought-
such a close connection, Gene and I.
All right.
We're motherfuckers. We go deep.
He looks at you, Phillip.
Are you okay? I imagine it was actually Phillip, even though.
Yes.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Thank you, Court.
All right. He stands up and he walks away.
What the fuck?
Friend of
What?
yours?
It's all true.
Yeah.
I don't think Philip necessarily wants to use that name with everyone.
What? What?
Made
Motherfucker?
me choke on my soup.
I don't understand what's so wrong about the word motherfucker.
I think he means Gene.
Gene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is Gene so bad?
Because that's not the name that Phillip likes to go by.
You did just say that it was a secret name that he doesn't tell everyone, and then you told someone who doesn't know it.
Yeah, but that was to make him feel bad for not knowing it. Like
Well,
that was to make him
Why?
feel like he did.
Like
he
you just
wasn't.
went out of your way to make that person feel like shit.
Well,
Like, why did
he
you do
came
that?
over here like, hey, being an asshole. Like
No,
I don't know.
he's
He-
fine. He's
I mean,
great.
sure, he
He's
kind
a great guy.
of came across a little abrasive, but surely that doesn't imply.
Right, so we have to sand off those edges right away.
Okay.
I think
sure.
We have to
I
meet
think-
abrasion with a counter abrasion.
I think wouldn't it be better for Phillip to introduce himself however he wants? If he doesn't want someone to know his full name. I mean, we didn't know his full name until too recently.
Isn't it kind of why you like to go by Kurt? Kind of same concept.
Yeah, but Gene is.
It's a good name.
It is a good name.
It's better than Philip, in my opinion. But it's confusing when your dad's got your name.
But you can own it now. You can take it back.
Yeah, maybe when I'm king.
Something to look forward to.
Okay. I'll let that comment slide.
Well, I'm tired.
You guys finished your
find
suit
that- you
sort
should
of
go
On a
back to
scale of like
silent.
1 to 6.
You're at
I'm at like a 2.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also at a 2.
Lily, where are you on a scale of 1 to 6?
I haven't recovered any exhaustion, right, recently?
No.
I'm 1 to 6, I'm a 4.
A 4?
This is the secret.
Yeah. He's up here.
I was
Another 2.
I was in bad shape.
Somehow I'm only a 1. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, also, thanks for the donations, guys. I
To
will
me,
read them before break.
You're a 10.
Yeah, you're a solid 10.
Look, guys, we just climbed a mountain. Like we have literally fought demon lords, been stomped on by giants, and look, I'm not judging here, but we climbed a mountain.
I'll also say,
yeah, it
at least in,
kinda kicked our ass.
I'll say,
Just saying, I'm sitting
at
pretty
least
over here,
in,
and I don't. Maybe we experienced the mountain a completely different way.
Yeah.
There was a
in-
lot of snow. It was hard to see.
At least in my case, I no longer have quite a bit of the things that kept me alive through most of what we've been through together.
Or kept you not alive.
Yes, that's what I meant. I'm much more, I guess you could say, fragile than I was before.
Look, Kurt, I'm glad
I
that
haven't fought
Your
any of those things that you
constitution.
guys talked
I'm
about.
glad that
I took a hit to my constitution.
I'm glad that you're chilling, no pun intended, going up the mountain.
what they're
But
not
I wanna let you know that 3 years ago, technically longer for all of you,
Okay.
I fought a terrible evil construct whose goal was to eradicate all organic life from existence, and climbing the mountain was tougher than beating that guy. Granted, I had a lot of help, but still, the mountain was tougher.
35. It's 35.
Wow, it's been a long time. I would be an
Yeah.
old man
And
now.
I'm all grown up now.
I know, you're so handsome.
Look, this isn't one of those things where you guys are fucking with me like the Feywild bullshit, is it? I mean,
About
I don't know
Laszlo?
about anything about
No,
this.
Laszlo saved the world 30,
Oh, okay.
35 years ago.
No, it's
I was
nothing.
like a toddler.
He was really young.
Yeah. Like
yeah,
no,
and you all met a fairy king. Ha ha ha
That
ha.
You
Great.
guys met a
happen.
fairy king?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Killed the
crazy.
dragon for him.
Oh, I'm just a man who gets unstuck in time, and I fought a giant construct demon god, but taking a brief hike
No,
up a
that-
mountain really
That's
did
literally
come
what
on, guys,
happened.
come on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. We'll talk about this in the morning.
Okay, Kurt.
And you just roll him down the mountain.
How much hiking did Kurt actually do?
I mean, they were riding on the broom.
They had to weave through like the wind patterns and
That-
stuff.
There was a brief period there at the end where I made maybe 3 or 4 rolls.
The poor broom is like huddled up in a blanket, shivering.
It's the Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the fucking Fantasia brooms.
The bristles are frozen solid.
So fun. Okay, well, yeah, I'm tired.
Sorry. So you guys
Yes.
sit around, eat some soup, and eventually
Munch.
head over. And there's eventually a spot that's cleared by some of the
Go find a shovel. Clear some space.
No, there's just like these two monks that go over and sort of create a spot. They lay down like a pretty large looking blanket and they set up and they go, they sort of ask you, one of them heads over and just says, to you, Phillip, says, do you and a group have tents?
We all have tents, right?
Yeah.
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 There's a spot for you on the southern side of the camp.
Thank you.
Of course. They just sort of leave that there.
And then we're going tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I can use some of my magic to maybe whisk away some of those, some of the exhaustion. I can do myself. I could do Lelia. We might have to do a few.
I got one. I can do that one time. What you did?
Okay, I can do that 3 times.
If I'm gonna end up talking to them, it would probably be best if someone did that for me too. I don't think I'm gonna be fully ready by. Hint, hint. I'll still have 1 level of exhaustion.
Right. Well,
and
I could get
any
you
check I might
one.
need to make will be at disadvantage in that case.
Because if you've only got 1, maybe you should just use it for yourself, so that you're good to go. Oh, that's true.
Oh yes.
Did you guys just let the cleric walk away?
Guard, prepare lesser restoration.
Do you can you still cast that spell, Kurt? Kurt.
Oh yeah.
Kurt.
Wait. I'm sorry. What was that?
That spell that Laszlo was casting.
Where you restore someone lesserly
I think I can do it once.
Oh.
And can you do that?
in a lesser manner.
And maybe on Lelia, who's still
The
very frozen.
bounties of the Lady of the Sea are as deep as her oceans. Yes, I can do that quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, we won't be needing any of our magical energy to actually do any harm tomorrow. So.
No.
I mean,
although anything's possible.
If we do it now and then we go take a nap,
oh,
then
that's
we
true.
be
Well,
fine.
I'm tapped, so if you want to just burn through everyone and.
Oh.
Well,
I have
let's
one
see.
today. I can do maybe 2 tomorrow.
I can do 3 tomorrow. Us Kurt just wants to just poof 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 poof. all throughout
No
this.
magic gang right here. This
I'll-
one
I'll-
seat, just
Well,
Phelan just going.
I have.
Them too.
Do you have a spell?
I have.
Right,
you have a
you
spell!
I have a couple of spells, but
Oh my
they're
God.
all at will.
Whoa.
Nothing
That's
I don't
what
have
I'm
any spell
saying, like-
slots.
Is anything innate,
So you're
like your
like,
actual
yeah.
character?
You say
or are
no
they all, like,
magic
items
gang,
and stuff?
and yet you fucking cut
there's
yourself
thing-
and
there's
lightning
things
comes on your
from
swords.
feats
Get
and
out of
stuff.
here with that
It's
shit.
not magic spells.
Get
It's not
out
in
of
my-
here with
it's not
that
in
shit.
my
You turn into a
spell.
werewolf. That's
Yeah.
magic.
What do? You teleport.
I do. I never said I wasn't magical. I'm
So-
a magical boy.
All of us are magical.
Yeah.
If I
Like
burned
werewolf?
all of my
Not
spell
magical.
slots,
It's like
I
a
could do
natural
it.
part of life, you know. Some people just turn into werewolves.
I could do it 6 times.
Today?
Like
right now.
Oh my god.
They don't know how to do
That's-
it.
Wait,
That
how
person's
many
a
do
rat.
we need if we rest tonight to get
We-
everyone to 0 exhaustion tomorrow? Because everyone will lose 1 tonight, besides maybe
You're
Kind of depends
3 for
on
me.
if I sleep.
I would
Yeah.
need 1.
I'd need 1 as well.
So 2.
That's
So that's 5.
5.
I could do that.
And then,
I can do 1 on myself.
Boom.
cool.
There you go. Good-
And then hopefully
Cool
get to
sound
sleep.
effects, fellas.
And then if you can't, then we'll fix that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll fix that tomorrow. We can help you out.
Do you need any? Does Phelan need any?
Yeah, just 1, but it's a nap, you
So
know.
that-
Okay,
Oh,
so
wait,
you
no,
have-
you're
so
at
you're
one.
at
So if
one?
you sleep
Oh,
tonight,
okay,
you'll
so
be good. Okay.
Theoretically.
So then, yeah, we need
Party boy.
Fucking bone claw. Just slides right on it.
3 on Lily, and then 1 on you. It's just 3 less was equals 1 greater, right?
Sure. Why not?
That's what happens when
That's
you
the math.
lose your proficiency in Constitution saving throws, and your con score goes from 18 to 10.
Yikes.
So I lost my ability to fight that.
Never mind.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be a... I learned anything from Penta.
It's just
It's
Kurt,
not
like,
negative.
cursing and slapping Lelia lightly on the face.
Ow, okay,
Well, Lilia
okay.
learns new curse words today. More at 11.
Add 4 cents.
Add 4 cents.
There we go.
God.
Barden gift it.
Wow.
Christ.
Part what?
Barden
Burn
gift it.
gift
Yeah,
to,
I showed
What?
Barden
oh,
gift.
gifted. Like the got it. Yeah,
Oh,
it's pretty
man.
good. So you guys,
Can I go find Jairus?
yeah, it's very easy. You go across a few of the tents, walking around, and you make your way over to where the elders are camped up, and sort of larger tent You make your way over and head inside. There's a couple of other monks in here who they have a few books that they were able to salvage. No, like libraries, just a couple of stacks that they're going through. Jairus is currently like overseeing one student who's looking through one, and he looks up and he just puts his hand on his shoulder as he walks over towards you, and he sort of nods and he says, "Phillip."
Not to add any more worry to you, but we have reason to believe that we were followed by something up the mountain. I don't know that it would attack such a large group of people, but I thought I would just warn you.
What kind of creature? What are you talking about?
I think it's an undead of some sort.
Like a monster.
Yes. Very large.
Oh, it's like someone.
I know, I was like,
I was also like, what the?
The bone claw's like.
It's
sneaking up on
Just
you
gotta make
right
sure they're
now.
sharp for disemboweling babies.
Yeah. I don't know.
right.
Jesus.
You went right there.
It's a bone claw.
It is. It is evil.
It's like,
Right, you have red hair.
Sorry, what did you say?
That it was an undead of some sort?
He says, "You think it's a danger? You think we should?"
I don't know that it didn't attack us. It just followed us.
One of the students who's looking at the book looks up and he sort of looks down. And he puts his hand on your back, sort of gestures you to outside. So you guys make your way out. He sort of looks around at everybody. He says, "We only have a few warriors left. There's not much a lot of us could do if it did attack us. If you think it's hunting you, it may be best if you didn't endanger the rest of us.
Right. We could move further away.
There's not much further away that we could go."
I said we could move further away.
Of
It
course.
wants us. I don't think it would attack such a large group of people.
What do you think we should do then, Phillip?
I think maybe we should move further away from you. If it's going to attack anyone, it's going to attack us.
There's also the possibility that because you are isolated, it will attack. You may be safer in our numbers. Then again, I don't want to risk
You'd be
the
safer in
possibility.
ours.
It may be best if you moved further away from the camp.
I'll let them know before Kurt sets up their very large tent.
did you cast those spells?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
You head back over to the rest of the group, Phillip.
Curtis setting up the pavilion
Kurt.
stakes.
You,
Yeah, no, I almost got the pavilion. If you want to sleep in, it's gonna be real nice, I think.
we need to move like that way a little bit.
What,
Kinda
like 5
towards-
feet?
No, maybe.
Just scooch.
I don't
is
want
it
the bone
necessary?
claw to attack these people in the night, so we're gonna move towards the entrance of the camp and kind of.
So like the other end.
Yes.
I can keep watch.
Start taking out the
I'll
Hey,
help.
Kurt, I finally unrolled the tarp. What?
Yeah,
what?
no, you're gonna have to roll it back.
What?
You're gonna have to roll it back.
Just drag it down the mountain.
We're moving.
Okay.
Yeah, if
Yep.
we all grab a
Yep,
corner.
okay. Yeah.
Gene
Yeah.
says we're
1,
moving.
2.
How far away do you guys
Heavy of a
move? Just to give you guys an example here, the top of this mountain, it's still like the top of a mountain.
Right.
The camp is underneath sort of like a ledge, and it's not on the side that like falls off or anything. But it's a good flat sort of slanted space on a bunch of snow where they've set up this camp.
Right.
Up that incline is is relatively flat, sort of further incline that goes up to the top, to the entrance to the monastery, which is built into the side of like the mountain,
Is there any
effectively,
way
the
that-
cliffside.
so they're like-
is about 15-minute walk. So it's a
they're
good
all
like
right here.
plenty of
mile or
room.
so away.
They're all right here, right?
Yeah.
And we came up like this. Is there any way we could get to like right here? So if the bone claw does
Like, just at
attack,
the
we
front of
would
the
be
camp.
at the front of the attack, not.
So you want to go further down the mountain?
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
still be.
To like the front of the camp.
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yeah. That's you guys move the giant blanket
So
and
unless
you're
the-
gonna walk your way over, and you're a good distance. How give me the foot distance that you are away from the camp.
Probably like 30 feet.
Yeah.
Like we're not going
Oh,
that far.
30
a little further.
Yeah.
I'd say like 180 minimum.
Okay, 180 feet away, good distance separated, but it's still you can still see the camp.
Yes.
You guys set up.
We're
there.
still like in the camp, but not in the camp.
Yeah. For
sure.
Just
The idea
outside.
that Bone Claw comes for us. it'll be
And
far
close
away
enough
from
that any of their guards could see us being attacked and maybe let the people get a little further away.
We're still within sight distance.
We're above the cloud layer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're getting sort of like down into it again, though. So
Sure.
it's like dark where you guys currently are, but it's not. The sun is still out and still there. It's just kind of a shadowier portion of the campsite.
Okay. That's cool.
All right.
I'll help Kurt put together their tent.
Yeah, me too.
And the lesser restorations that they cast do remove the.
Okay, we'll go over that in just a second here. I know
Okay.
Lesser Restoration doesn't remove levels of exhaustion, but because I was doing a different version of exhaustion for the sake of the mountain, because it was special exhaustion, I'm allowing a Lesser Restoration to cure that
we're
exhaustion.
chilly.
Normal exhaustion from anything else, probably not, but
Gotcha.
because those were special exhaustions, then
Like
yes.
It warmed
That
us
is
up
just
a little bit. Is
yeah.
really what it did.
Yeah.
Since
I apologize.
since the last time I saw and it was as if it was trying to look into tents. We should all just sleep in the pavilion tonight, because I can watch the entrance.
Sure.
Actually,
Warmer that
might
way.
not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's fine.
If Kurt's okay with that.
Kurt, can we all sleep together in your tent?
Freezing.
Sleep.
I thought you would never ask.
Sleep. Not have sex with each other. Just
Well, we
sleep.
could do that too.
Just rest.
Yeah, if that's gonna happen, I'm gonna have to pass. My wife wouldn't be too thrilled with that.
So Kurt opens the pavilion and like it's just a bunch of like beanbag chairs and like tapestries, like pornographic like tapestries,
Oh my god.
Rugs and pillows
Yeah,
and
yeah.
things.
Pavilion? Wait, what is this?
It's
Oh, you remember, like,
it's their 10-person tent.
10-person tent?
Yeah,
They've
this
had
is a
this
thing
since
that
the
they've
start
had
of the
for a
game.
long time.
So like, have you seen Crumple Mario?
Yeah.
Okay, like the tent's there.
You have this?
Yes.
Yeah,
In your bag of
they've
holding?
had this like the whole game.
What the fuck?
It was early on. No one wanted to sleep with Kurt. And Kurt
Oh, your
wanted
mic's
a big
muted.
Their mic's
one.
muted.
It was early on, and no one wanted to sleep in the same tent as Kurt, and Kurt had a lot of like costumes and stuff.
Yeah.
All right then.
So they bought a big
Of
tent.
course.
Have their king's tent.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Kurt is
Carrying
And
around
so the
a-
idea is that if
Kurt
we all
is
sleep
a
in the
bougie
same
bitch.
tent, it'll help
Kurt's
me
yurt.
keep watch, because everyone's going to be in the same spot rather than
Yurt of Kurt.
Yurt.
figure it out.
Eventually,
This king size bed.
Yurt
it begins
is.
to get darker and darker, and because of the sort of cloud cover up here, there isn't sort of like a sunset overhead, but instead it just slowly fades
I
into
will-
the darkness of night with the moon glowing high overhead, sort of like a half crescent. Feeling you watch the moon, just like go back.
I will
Somehow, just as you look up at the night sky and see the stars up ahead, just something so infatuating about that enormous, pale thing in the sky.
Buddy.
You stare at it for quite a while, and then realize how long you're staring at it, and you're like, what? And you head into your tent, try to lay down and relax.
head into the pavilion. Speaking of the pavilion, I'm going
Yeah.
to cast Alarm for the circumference of it. So that way...
How big is this pavilion?
Pavilion size.
It's rather large.
Rather large.
Would you say, by chance, 20-foot cube large? Or larger?
20 foot.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see how it being any bigger than that would fit in your bag of holding. It would be a lot of tarp and tent that would have to go in there. So I would say a 10 people can fit in a Lehman's tiny hut, and that's a 10-foot radius.
10 foot, yeah.
So it's
Which
probably a
20
10-foot
foot
radius.
That's 20 foot.
So
Yeah.
you can fit the alarm just
Cool.
within the pavilion. Is everybody sleeping in the pavilion?
Yeah.
Yes, we decided to all sleep in the
And,
Guys,
well,
sleep in there.
everyone's gonna sleep, and I'll sleep.
Everyone's sleeping except
Keep
for
watch.
Core, who does not sleep.
Oh, poor Core. Poor Core in Kurt's yurt. Lelia Bedelia.
You guys lie down to rest.
Yeah, and I'm keeping watch the first 4 hours because I have to be in a stasis mode thing, and then the other
Within the
4
pavilion, I assume?
Yes, and then the other 4 I'll actually go out.
Fine, for the sake of it.
Why not?
First hour goes by into the night. It's quiet. You don't hear much, Court, but just eventually the sounds of the camp and the people in the distance. You hear things being cleaned, small people's voices that grow quieter and quieter until eventually it's silent. Only the occasional howl of the wind coming down from the top of the mountain is the only thing you hear. Push against the flaps of the pavilion.
Animal handling.
Just
It was
hear-
an accident.
starting to realize how helpful meditation and sleep truly is. The time passes so slowly while you're in this state, but strangely you fall into it, somewhat of like a trance or just a mindset that your mind goes into that just lulls you into a state of just existence. It's strange. You just feel numb as you sit there. Until you hear from behind you, snapping you out of it, is the tearing of the sheet from the pavilion as your alarm goes off. You look behind you and you see what looks like 3 tears across the back of the pavilion.
Okay.
Did you make?
It's enough to wake you up.
Did you make your alarm audible or inaudible?
No, it was just me. It's going off for me.
Another portion on the other side of the pavilion is torn as you see some sort of figure begin to shift behind it. At this point, Phelan, you're awake. You can hear this happening. What's everybody else's passive perception?
I've got to play. And it's gonna be a
Big
weird
10.
one.
Big 9.
Big 9.
I've got to play, and it's going to be a
Yeah,
weird one.
no.
And I apologize for Phelan because you're going to
I
hate
hate
me.
you.
17.
Okay, you're awake as well,
feeling-
Kurt. You can hear the tearing of
Not the pavilion!
as you look around, you just see like these claw marks that have just shredded sides of the pavilion, letting in this cold air that sort of blows in and pushes the torn bits like inwards as they move with the wind.
But first, so Jacob, I want whatever this thing is to not see us, and I want to see it.
Okay.
So I am going to use my Eyes of the Dark ability,
Okay.
which I get for what is this? This is for my one of my subclasses.
Okay.
And centered on myself, I'm casting the spell Darkness. I can see through it.
Okay. But nobody else
Specifically.
can.
No. So it's magical darkness, but when casted using this ability, I can see through it.
As you and Kurt, you guys are like, what's going
And
on?
I even say,
It's completely dark now.
I even say, just wait. I don't think it can see us anymore. I'm gonna try to see it. I'm gonna.
You look around. You don't know where the source of this sound is coming from. It's echoing just sort of around
No,
you.
we can't see it either.
Do we know that it
Damn, it
teleports
shouldn't be
into
able to see
darkness?
Core doesn't know that.
Boom.
so let's see.
As you say this, Phelan, do we know that it teleports in the dark? You
I
don't
was
even finish
asking
and-
you.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're aware of
Okay,
that.
that's why. Because like we've seen it teleport.
Okay, I didn't know if you were saying that as
Put
your
it on,
character.
you fool. That was. So if we know that, he's literally be like, it teleports in the darkness, and that's probably.
And then at the end of that, you just see the bone claw over Phelan, who it has its claws over just as it goes down with its jaw unhinged. You just see the red of its eyes tracing down behind it. As Phelan, you hear it above you, but like to you in that moment, you just see Phelan like very ill prepared for the creature about to attack him. As it goes downwards towards him, everybody roll initiative.
I'm not saying anything. It's great.
You are all surprised except for Core.
I'm asleep.
You are still asleep. so you're unconscious.
I'm just gonna say I go
Phillip
last.
And no, you guys are unconscious.
Unconscious.
Question.
Sure.
I don't know if this affects anything that
So-
it can do, but it is magical
That's what I mean.
darkness. If that
I am
matters.
aware.
Okay.
I have the ability.
How does unconscious affect initiative?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Doesn't
It-
You're
just
just
roll?
unconscious.
Well,
If we're
okay.
hit, I believe it's a crit.
Huh.
That is.
Amelia just gets gobbled up.
Since it's,
She went
since
into
it's a
sleep, it was real
concentration spell,
peaceful.
can I draw
Coming out
the
of the pavilion.
I
man.
know it's not a
The
thing.
goddamn pavilion.
I know it's not a thing, but I'm going to
Oh,
make
man.
it a thing. You guys roll initiative with disadvantage.
Oh.
No, that makes
I
sense
rolled
to
the same
me.
exact thing.
Wait, if I roll with advantage, do I just. Do
I think he means the ones that
people
are
who are
asleep.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
like,
ones that are asleep.
Yes.
If you're
Okay.
asleep, you have disadvantage.
That would have been B.
That sounds
Yeah, not
good
great.
to me.
Is what
Honestly,
that would
I think that makes sense.
The one night Philip is able to fall asleep is
Oh,
the night
my
of attack.
boy. Sweet child. What's that? Armor? Ooh, fancy.
Technically,
No, I'm
my
asleep.
passive
Ruh-roh.
perception, since it's probably -5 because of being asleep, I have a 3 right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm out.
Sleeping.
Phelan, what'd you roll?
15.
Kurt?
20.
Philip?
3.
Laszlo?
13.
Core?
Dirty 20.
Lillian?
Also 13.
Hey, you probably have a higher dex than me.
Yeah, probably. What's your dex?
14.
18.
Yeah, you win.
Lelia's dex is asleep, so
Yeah.
Hey, mine too.
Yeah.
her dex is currently resting.
Oh, shoot.
Currently unconscious.
Gosh.
That's like the greater version.
Look at him.
I
No.
know, but it looks like you little
I just want to make
bastard.
sure you know.
You little bit.
That's what's looming over you.
That's what's, yeah, but you
That's
can't
sleep,
see it.
That's sleep paralysis,
That's
demon.
You know how much I hate you.
Yeah, I know.
How much do I hate
He
you?
just continuously brings back the
I'll
bone claw,
tell
and
you
he's
no
just
lie.
like, remember the bone claw? Yeah, well, remember the bone claw? Remember the bone?
Are we not all cuddling to stay warm?
I
thought
can't
we-
reach that far.
I thought we
Yeah,
were
we can
all
go.
An
cuddling.
offer was
We can
made,
go
and it was
normally here.
roundly refused by
I said
all.
that we weren't
Probably
having sex
something-
together. I didn't
I
say we couldn't
believe
cuddle.
that there
take
was
Some
There's
platonic
no way you're going to get a
certain
20-foot
amount
pole
of
and the
wrong with
characters are
that.
20-foot.
attitude.
Because minis.
It ain't gay to cuddle the homies.
Well, let's see.
It's not. I don't want to die of hypothermia.
Yeah.
I like having my fingers and toes.
Wait, it's sorry. It's not
my
a
fingers and toes. It's one of my favorite
I would
parts
not.
of being
It's a
alive.
pavilion.
It is.
I'm assuming it makes sense it would
Big
be a
fan of 'em.
circle.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's how I was always imagining a circle.
Grace, if you die, you could play a really cool
Is
monk.
Fable in the crown?
You could play Arfu.
Yeah.
Or
Like a
Philip.
level 3 monk.
You could play
Three monk, yeah.
play Philip's
Yeah.
Hafley friend
That's
Okay.
yep. That
No.
yep.
Interesting.
if you want.
That's my backup character.
Kia?
Sure, why not? If Laszlo dies, I don't really want to make a new character. I'll just play Kia.
Play Kia. She's a level higher than the party.
That's fine by me.
Damn, she's carrying us.
Or I could play Kyria.
Oh, I said carrying us.
She's key.
But I mean,
I could play all the
want to.
NPCs.
I believe in you.
Sure.
Just channel the bastard.
You want me to?
I'll have to do some character
You want-
study.
do you
Watch
want
all of
Vincent?
Sunder.
Oh God.
Yeah, sure, I'll play them all. I'll play all the old Sunder characters.
Sorry, guys, give me a second.
I gotta
I
figure
looked
out
at like
the shit I can
same
do.
10 things
Who's a
like,
little...
today. Just class after
Class is
class
a
of
little
just
weird.
paperwork. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Just the same. Just stop making the
Rain
same
and hail.
name. Who names their child that?
A meteorologist, perhaps?
It's just like that poor child.
Kevin Musso, maybe?
Yeah. It's just, and it's also like always the same like mistakes. It's just like it's 33 different schools that don't realize they're all making the same exact mistakes.
All right.
Wouldn't it be wild if Kevin Musso, the meteorologist for ABC 30 Action News, is an Arcane Arcade fan?
Well,
And is finally like, they finally shouted me out.
all right. So the creature's now looming above Phelan, which only at this moment you can see. And you watch as it goes downwards and attacks you.
It goes down.
Oh,
Phelan.
shit.
Oh no!
Kurt got what they wanted.
Hey, Jacob,
Yes.
dropping the concentration on darkness is a free action. Can I drop it before Phelan gets it?
Drop it like it's hot.
I want
No,
Phelan to
let me
see
die.
the imminent
I want
demise.
them to know.
Yeah, like
Give me a second.
Okay.
Tell Cersei. It was me.
I have to like
Also,
unequip some
damage
shit.
before me. That sucks.
Yeah, he rolled really good.
Let's do
So did I. I was
this,
hoping I would use enough.
and then,
What did you roll for initiative? Gamise?
15.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. Where's the other cat?
This music's how I feel right now. Just kill me. It's okay. Do it in darkness. Do it in not darkness. It's all good.
Good call, moving us away from the civilians.
Yeah. Glad I thought about that.
Hold on.
Don't want all.
Hey, is there
my-
light in here?
I mean,
Did
There's
not.
not now. I
It would
cast
go
magical
from-
darkness.
There's light?
No,
There's
there's
none.
not.
You-
Because if I cast magical
I don't think there's light in here regardless.
Right.
Why is that a?
We were all
I think it would
You-
still
You-
get.
okay,
in-
here's what happens. If this is what will happen. You casted darkness, which made Kurt. You have dark vision, which made it dark for you, and then you're gonna remove the darkness. Kurt's gonna be able to see. You still can't see, so you can get rid of it if you want to.
I mean, yeah, if it can teleport in the darkness, then it defeats the purpose. The purpose of the spell was so it couldn't see, but it can see, obviously.
Regardless, it's
Teleport
still
everywhere.
dark in this room.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, you remove the darkness. It still gets advantage on attacking you, as you
All good.
unseen attacker, unless you have blind sense.
One day, maybe.
With a 28
Maybe.
passive perception.
Yeah.
You know,
basically
maybe,
once.
honestly.
Excuse you.
Oh, sorry.
Get your
So
number spray.
Oh, God.
it's a 24.
silvery barbs.
Okay.
I
You
believe
roll at
that's a thing,
disadvantage.
right?
It's a reroll on
Reroll the
your
d20
part.
and use the lower roll.
Sorry.
Okay. That was a,
He's coming very high. It's still gonna hit.
with advantage though.
It must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. That's all it says.
Use-
So you'd reroll, I guess, the one that hit.
Okay, so that's a 10 then.
Hey, and you have advantage on your next attack, Phelan.
That doesn't hit. Yeah, sorry.
Silvery barbs.
Silvery
That's
barbs.
a crit.
Fuck! I should have silvery barbs for that one.
Silvery barbs! I don't have that
54
spell.
piercing damage.
Cool.
As
54?
as you
Correct.
drop the darkness and then very quickly
I'm at half.
cast an incantation that causes what did that do? Half your health?
Yep.
Roll a Constitution save.
Yeah.
You watch as the second one, as that claw just is pulled back and misses from your magic. The second one just pierces through Phelan, who you don't even recognize immediately. You're just hit by the shock at first, Phelan.
15.
15. You succeed. You are definitely aware of what's going on. The Pokebol's right in front of you.
Is Phelan like screaming
I
pain?
wonder where it is.
At this point, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Maybe like a.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does Phelan go, ah!
At this point, you guys are no longer
Whoa.
unconscious, and you guys will get your turns, but you guys are currently prone and on the ground, and sort of like, the fuck is going on?
And this is still surprise round.
Yes.
technically.
Core, it's your turn.
Kneeling? Am I?
Okay, so
Yeah.
first things first,
On top of that roll,
I
please.
need to not get hit by this thing. So I will go into my blade song with a
Okay.
bonus action.
Okay.
Grabbing. I almost imagine like there's not even like really a form to it anymore. She almost just grabs it, and as she draws her rapier, it just goes into the blade song.
Oh, that's cool.
And then no, I don't want to roll perception. 22 is
You
a
rolled
damn
really
good
high.
perception check,
You rolled
but
really high.
Tentacle. I'm gonna need it.
It should be over there.
takes its turn after me. Okay.
Yes.
Just for description's sake, I imagine the blade song, as you pull your sword out, it just begins to reverberate, and at first it's like a wee, 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 but it still gets closer to closer together, like when you spin a coin, and it gets on the very end of it, and it sort of like reverberates through the entirety of the area, bringing this sort of magical reverberation to your sword, and then there's just this background sort of like as you begin to move the sword around.
Yep. And then I will use my 6th level spell slot, which isn't actually a 6th level spell, but I'm weird multi-class bullshit, to cast Summon Shadow Spawn and summon the copy of myself right next to the Bone Claw.
It's going to cast Counterspell, and it rolls a 18.
This thing has Counterspell?
Yes, it is very. You watch as the creature turns, and you watch as its eyes begin to shift to that of a blue color, from the red to the blue, and it whispers an incantation. And as your spell goes forward, the shadow spawn begins to spill from that side of your arm, and then it just retracts back inwards. You have no idea what it just did.
That's what I get for actively not choosing Counterspell, because I knew Jacob would hate it.
You already used your reaction. Oh wait, no, you just
Spell of yours.
Yeah, we set, so counterspell the counterspell.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 7.
That was thunder.
That was under that. There was counterspell battles.
I had like 4 of those.
I can't attack, so that's my entire
Okay,
turn.
it's the Bone Claw's turn again, since everybody's surprised. You guys are now conscious, are aware. Do you guys have dark vision?
Hell no.
Yeah.
You don't even know what's going on.
Don't worry.
What is
and
this?
then-
Is this like warm water on my face?
It's Phelan's
It tastes like
blood.
fire. Oh god.
Unfortunately, no, because the darkness was it was able to stealth and get the surprise attack on Phelan. So surprise, the only person who saw them was Core. So it got the attack. Core was able to get that in, counterspelled. It's now its turn again, and this is the second round of
I
combat.
die before I get a chance. Next part of you.
The Bone Claw at this point sort of, and you just hear that,
Right by his ears.
What the fuck is that?
and. You watch as it takes its claw, for those of you that can see in the dark, and you watch as its claw, now coated with Phelan's blood, just begins to elongate even further, and you watch as it, in a circle around it, just slices everything around it. Everybody roll a dexterity saving throw.
Even those of us that
everyone
are
with-
prone.
If you're blind,
No prone.
let me just
Or
make sure.
prone.
It's
You're
already
prone.
my curse.
Everyone within 10 feet of me gets +2 to their dex save.
We cuddle, so I get it.
We're closer than 10 feet.
Uncle Laszlo, I'm scared.
Me too!
I don't think
I imagine
prone
like,
does
you're
anything.
trancing and in your crisscross applesauce position, and I'm like head in your
Well, let me see.
Yeah.
just snapping.
I can really.
No. You don't have any kind of disadvantage. Attack rolls against
Yep.
you have advantage. You have disadvantage on attack rolls. Your only movement is to crawl, and being blinded, you ability checks that require sight automatically fail, and attack rolls against you have advantage.
Okay.
So what I imagine is for the two of you who can't see, you hear somebody with dark vision just say, "Duck!" and then you're like,
Yeah.
"I'm already on the ground." Yeah.
Being
so
prone
roll
does not
dexterity
get.
saving throw.
Yeah, being prone does not get
Oh,
any.
fuck.
19.
Fail.
19 fail. I'm not gonna bother re-rolling.
24.
I had
Success.
advantage and I rolled a 1
You have
and a
evasion?
2.
I do.
Take no damage.
I'm pretty sure I do.
2.
Fail.
No, I do.
Fail.
I definitely do. I have it in 2 different ways.
Success, but you don't have evasion, so you take half.
Yes, thanks for rubbing that in.
I'm not rubbing it in. I'm just making sure.
Well, I'm also not wearing my. That makes sense. I want to have my
Keep
shield.
going back and forth with AC. It's not
0 damage, 12 damage, 24 slashing damage. As you each just feel this this sharpness, this immediate. This really wakes you guys up. As you feel this piercing claw-like thing drag across pieces of your body. As at this point the it nearly shreds the entirety of the pavilion. It's still standing and upwards, but like there's like all these little holes in it now.
You said there was a moon out. Is there like a little light spilling in,
Well-
or? dim light?
Because the pavilion's still up. No, it's plugging that
Kurt, you
moonlight.
don't have like those little fairy lights hanging up.
And you just hear it's
Just a.
Chicken.
and you hear the faint whisper at the end of its hiss and growl that just says, "I've been learning." Core, it's your turn.
I have a question for you, Jacob.
Yes.
You had been giving me disadvantage on sleeping.
You have disadvantage on your rage checks here as well.
16.
So it's a success. DC goes up by 1 or 2?
One.
Okay. Court's your turn.
Yep.
And then Kurt, you are on deck.
Alright, second verse, same as the first. Casting Shadow Spawn again, this time at 5th level and using a
Sorcery point.
sorcery point to subtle spell it.
Okay, it goes off. You are able to very quickly, while it's sort of in the midst of its attack, are able to silently summon the shadow spawn. You want a mini for it?
Yes, please. Do you
Want one of
have a
Lely's
shadow?
ghost families, or like, do you want like a? Like
Do you
a,
have a shadow?
Yeah, I have a bunch of shadows.
As long as they're medium size and not.
No. Spirits. Here you can. Got a lot of spirits in here. You can sort of pick and choose from these, Colton.
Dude, the
Did anybody take more
funny
than half their
purple
health?
thing.
I don't think so. No.
No. You did earlier. but-
Yeah.
I'm at 37, just FYI.
I can see.
Cool, great. Just wanted to
I can see your pain.
I guess
It's great.
if it's all busted up anyways, this is probably fine.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the shadow spawn goes immediately following me.
Got a big hand.
35. Fuck me,
Goes
that's
after
cute.
you end your turn.
Do you
Yeah.
think people did that thing where it's like if your hand is bigger than your face, you cancel? It's like, and that's why it would be
Now
a
it's
monster.
evil. Yeah.
It can also, fun fact, it's invisible to everybody except children. Skulks.
Oh, it's a
And
Thestral?
then,
No, it's a skulk.
Oh.
It is. Well, Thestrals you can only see if someone.
That's right, I
loves
got that
you
mixed
died.
up.
I know you just sat back down, Jacob, but
those are very cool.
I've become discount stibbles. And I'm looking at my bonus action shit,
Yeah.
and I'm realizing that I'm going to use 3 more sorcery points to use Hound of Ill Omen.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, and that you don't have to concentrate on that one.
No, it's an ability. It's not a spell.
I actually have that.
You do.
I have the mini for that.
That's cool.
And obviously, it's targeting
Yeah, I know, they're freaky.
it's targeting the bone claw.
Where are me beasts?
Yeah, the.
You in here?
They're in
No.
I
alphabetical
thought that
order.
was my
Yeah, I
phone
know.
for a second
Come on.
because you and I have,
Idiot.
I think, the same
Well,
phone case.
and-
It's very similar. With the same.
I think it's a Shadow Mastiff technically, but there's your hound.
And I'm like, I don't ever see this.
Blue's a good color.
Right there.
Okay.
And then, when does it act? The hound uses wolf statistics. Appears in occupied space. Roll initiative for the hound.
Okay.
Go dog go.
3.
Hound. It got a 3 on initiative. Does it have any health?
It's got wolf stats.
It uses the stats of a wolf, or of a dire wolf.
Okay.
Except that it's medium and appears with temporary hit points equal to half my sorcerer, so with 3 temporary health. There's a dire wolf with 3 temp HP.
You're like
37?
summoning an Elden Ring.
So that's 40. It's 40 HP.
Yeah.
Okay. And then your shadow
My
spawn.
shadow spawn has HP 65 and AC 16.
Jesus Christ.
I cast it at 5th level,
Yeah.
so it got bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Existing.
AC what?
I love those types of spells.
AC
They're
16,
so nice.
So
HP
cool.
65.
Yeah, it's very good. Okay. There we go.
And that will be my turn, and then it's my shadow spawn's turn
Yes,
because
it
it
is
goes
shadow
immediately
spawn.
following me.
I have them in the entry here, so I'll remember them.
Proficiency bonus, same as my bonus. Weight of sorrow.
Also, everybody, I just want to show off the
Only no.
fucking bone claw.
The boon clue.
Don't clue.
Oh,
Look at
because
him.
this is important.
Look at it.
Because
Look
this
at
is
it.
important, Jacob.
Yeah.
I am using Fury as
Okay.
my summon. That summon, if for some reason the Bone Claw is ever frightened, I will have advantage on my attacks.
Okay. So it's bone claws frightened. That's all the shadow spawns do.
Well, no, it gets a multi-attack.
Okay.
But that just is a thing that
Roll
it gets.
attack.
Spread screens. Each creature within 30 feet of us. So they're not doing that. It's my spell modifier, which is 7. And it gets a number of attacks equal to half the spell's level rounded down. So it gets 2 attacks.
But there's a bit till my turn.
2
right?
chilling rends.
Yes.
That would be
You're last.
21.
Yeah. I think the dog was before me.
21 and 19.
21 and 19. Both of those are going to hit.
Cool.
He's a very good boy.
Question: Does this thing take cold damage, or should I not even bother rolling?
It's resistant.
Resistant. Okay.
Resistant. D12.
What does he still do?
That was cocked, yeah.
9 plus
Oh, I forgot.
16.
I'm a rogue. I need my D6.
12 cold damage.
It's already halved?
Already have.
It's okay. I'm throwing at much scarier things.
It goes over, the shadow thing begins to sort of meld over and attempt to. It's weird. They almost connect in a way, like water when it's very close to itself. It sort of ebbs into itself, and it begins to. It seems to freeze over and hurt a portion of it, but they are of the same sort of. Cut of the same cloth. These two creatures are Shadow Spawn and the Bone Claw. Kurt.
Kurt is going to cast Mage Armor and then
Summon a tentacle.
yeah.
Um,
I'll put it right
Grace,
between
what is your
the
initial
hound
count?
and the yeah, right there.
Right, like right on it.
Yeah, and it's going to attack it.
A little tentacle.
I'll say I'm planning on trying to bring up some dim light on my turn.
Cool. He's gonna die on this.
It's okay. All right. Go for it.
I just
Not even.
14 to hit.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
die.
Unfortunately, that misses.
it's a veritable time.
That's the tentacle?
Yeah.
Okay. That's your bonus action to summon that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what your action?
Was Mage Armor.
Mage armor.
Mage armor, got it. Phelan.
That's very helpful to have mage armor in this
Laszlo, you're on
fight.
deck.
walks away, switching answer my question. Silvery Barbs said.
You have advantage on the first
advantage
attack.
on your first attack.
So I was trying to figure out if it was like it's the next person or if Phillip actually decided it was. You know,
It's your next ability check, attack roll, or saving throw for Silvery Barbs.
Indeed.
It was more of
I
was he just referring to? Just
Think that
saying,
you.
Yeah, just-
I think.
just you,
I think.
just you.
I think he designates who gets
Yeah,
it.
it's anybody.
Nice. Duration was not what I was asking, but okay.
Fun fact for a minute.
Yeah, cool.
Good to know.
You know, we're gonna do the ending thing.
Attack.
Blood rights, which.
Hey.
I damaged myself. Oh no! Whatever will I do?
I mean,
Kill
you're
yourself.
kind of low. 5 isn't that much in the grand scheme of things.
It's not. He's gonna attack. And we're gonna really hope. That's like what? 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Nice.
I'm just gonna do all 5d8.
On both? Or just the one attack? Just the one. Go for it. As you, your swords both alight with electricity. Sort of, it doesn't provide like enough light in here, but Laszlo, you just see lightning begin to score up the side, and you just see the shadowy bits just sort of crackling of the bone claw that turns over towards Phelan, and you watch as they get brighter and brighter and brighter. As you watch as the wounds on Phelan's arm just begin to siphon upwards towards his blades, and they are emanating just energy. They begin to arc together as he just and go downwards as you just begin to siphon the life out of you in order to hit.
I hate to do this, Grace. Is your mic on?
Oh no!
Whoa.
Wow.
Die? No.
It just was off.
No worries.
Sorry about that, guys.
Weird.
Happens.
I'm doing 5d8 damage on top of every other damage.
This is a new ability I gave to
It's great.
Nice.
and Kazira as well.
That's
I
awesome.
shouldn't be allowed to do this.
It's called Keel.
Yeah,
It's called kill
the
myself.
damage you do, you also do to yourself.
Yep.
It's worth it.
Got me knocked out. Last
That's great.
Worth it.
It was. Did
very
a
like
fuck
anime.
ton of damage.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Also dangerous, but
That
Don't want to
Blood
molly
Hunter.
mock yourself.
yeah, for real.
I mean,
R.I.P.
we're
Marlock.
just gonna.
But also not.
But also not.
Spoilers
Long
for
live
both
Kingsley,
things.
you
Yeah.
know. You can't see them, but they're right here. Very faded on my
And up there?
flask.
32 damage.
Oh.
Lurking in the corner.
How much?
32 damage.
32 damage.
And he has exactly 32 health.
Oh no!
As Phelan upwards with his swords goes down with the enormous amount of lightning, there's just this electric smoke that fills the entirety of the room. As it connects with the bone claw, there's this explosive zap as the creature just And from your perspective, Laszlo, and from the rest of you as well, even though you have dark vision, there's just this bright flash of light for a moment, and then you see Phelan just sort of like sizzling smoke coming out the front of his body. He just rolls backwards, clang, falls onto the ground. His arms just bleeding out onto the ground before you.
Oh no!
Laszlo, it's your turn.
I think Lily goes before me.
Because I have higher decks, technically.
Good.
Yeah, it puts you guys in a certain order, so
You can go first.
you guys go at
Lydia.
the same time.
Ladies first.
You literally said you were going to kill yourself on your turn.
Yeah.
You did it.
Oh man!
You unconscious yourself. Don't be dramatic.
I'm going to stand up.
I'm gonna fucking off myself right now.
Oh my god. I'm sick of playing Phelan.
I'm
I'll play a random monk.
gonna pull out my sword.
Play my hands
Use my action to say its command word.
You're gonna what?
Use my action to say its command word
For what?
for the mirror light edge.
Mirror light. Oh, the sword, right? Mm-hmm. And the room now is aglow with
It is
dim light.
Dim light.
Dim light
Is 2 projections, so it is 20 feet of dim light.
out of
from me.
Lilia's sword as she holds it up. There's this slight amount of dim light that now, Laszlo, you can fucking see.
Oh god.
It's really dim, but you just see Phelan just lying there with
God.
I can help Phelan.
This fucking sleep paralysis demon.
the bone claw
Computer.
now in the room, and then I believe I don't know
Have any bonus
how this
actions?
scales. Is dim light considered normal light for people with dark vision? I think that's
I think it depends
It is,
on
yeah.
the dark vision.
Dim light's
Let me look.
considered- Yeah, you can look. You can look.
You can see in dim light as though it were normal light or regular light.
As if it were bright light.
As if
Yes.
it were bright.
And
Yeah,
darkness
so
as
now
if
it
were
is now
down.
bright light in the room for everybody else, and Laszlo is just dim.
At least you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see. You're not blinded.
I think that is all I can do.
Okay.
Can I equip my shield technically too? Like just grab and throw, like put it on my arm as I
I think
got
so.
it.
Probably.
Because I pulled out my sword and used my action to bring out the thing. So I'm letting you decide
You
whether or
use
not.
your bonus action to have your shield.
Okay, I'll use my bonus action.
It's
to
the
grab my shield.
hound.
What?
The
Is
hound.
it
Oh
my
no,
turn?
it's Laszlo. It's fucking. Because you're before on the thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I can see the thing now, yes?
You can see it. Yes.
Okay, I see
All
it
you
then.
have now is disadvantage on perception checks.
That's fine. That's
All right.
fine. I would have had disadvantage anyways because of exhaustion.
Yeah.
I'll look up at it. I'll,
Yeah.
I'll see that Phelan's down. And I'll say, in the name of Phelan Alrickson, I will smite thee. And in the name of the Keeper, and I swear an oath of enmity against it. Getting advantage on my attack rolls.
As it looks at you, you watch as its eyes flash green for a moment as it stares at you, and you watch as it takes its claws, and they sort of, as they retract back into itself, as it still has the really long one, it sort of holds them upwards and holds them up in defense. As it
Okay.
uses its reaction to add a +5 to its AC.
That's
Uh-huh.
fine. That's fine. I can do that. I can deal with that. First attack.
Go for it.
Probably not going to hit. That's a 20, non-natural.
You swing, and as you go over, it's just refuted back by the bones of its fingers as you can't seem to break through it.
That's fine.
And it's-
That's a 19, which is a crit for me because I'm a champion.
No.
19 plus 11 is 30.
Wow! You pull back your sword, and then I almost imagine you just like push it through the weave of the fingers, and you stab into it. And
Action surge.
Ooh!
Not great. Probably gonna miss again.
Okay.
And natural 20.
Ah!
Wow!
So chop off its head.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Unless it has legendary actions.
It does not.
Okay, so I'd imagine Laszlo, like you said, first hit, gah, second hit, it like bats away the hands that are
Yeah,
blocking
yeah.
it, stab through the head,
Yep.
kind of breaking it, and then pull it out. It blocks again, and it just breaks off the arms, and then Laszlo just
and you
cuts off
watch
the head.
as its head like flings backwards, and it like hits the back of the tent. And you watch as the creature sort of like tumbles a bit, and you watch as its shadowy form begins to billow upwards. And surprisingly enough, this creature cannot live without its head as it stumbles forward, and you watch as it transforms into shadow, melting into the ground. No body is laid before you as it just sinks downwards into a puddle and then dissipates and is gone. Even the head itself dissipated into smoke. We're going to stay in combat as Phelan is unconscious.
Yeah, that's my turn.
It is the hound's turn.
Lick him awake!
I mean, it's gone because as soon as its target is dead.
Oh, the hound is gone. Philip, it's your turn.
Lay on hands.
Lay on
Little.
hands. You go over. You use some of the static electricity that's still around Phelan. It's still smoking off of him, and you go down and just, and you are just brought back alive, Phelan.
Oh, that really hurt. So,
And you guys are out of combat.
what you did or what I did? If it was me, I'm sorry. If it was you, it was just looked really cool. Great. You've never done that before?
No,
That was dangerous, Phelan. What the hell were you thinking?
I was gonna die anyways.
No, you weren't. You,
was right there.
You killed yourself.
It's worth it. It was cool, right?
I mean, I guess.
Thank God.
If almost dying is cool in your
He's, like,
in
on the
the
ground,
Phelan
like,
Albertson definition of or dictionary of common.
Do I
Look,
do I need to
Phelan,
take
that
your
was
spot
metal as
and
fuck,
talk to
so-
you about how killing yourself is a bad idea?
No. I knew it was gonna be okay.
And how I say the same thing? I
Now
said the
you
same
know
thing?
exactly how it felt.
It was pretty cool looking.
It was.
No,
I could only see some of it because, the light, but it
I
really
couldn't
looked
see
really
any of
great.
it.
Really great.
He's literally on the ground, just like, thank God.
you can see like in the dim light now too. So
I'm just not moved for the rest of the night. That'd be.
hopefully it'll leave us alone for a bit now.
Man, this poor fucking pavilion.
Speaking of the pavilion, I'm gonna start casting mending.
Hey, it's gonna take. It covers like a 5-foot area or 1 foot? 1 foot.
Let me check the exact. 1 foot.
1 foot. It's gonna take you 5 hours to wait. So it's a minute per casting, right?
Yeah.
So sorry, hang on.
So
That was wrong.
That'd be like
No.
300 castings.
No. It's you need to do 16 castings. So 16 minutes.
That's cool.
So over the course of the
Kurt can also mend, so.
Oh, so 8 minutes. Over the course of the 8 minutes, as you guys are out of combat, you guys go over and just begin to hold up your hands, whispering the incantation under your breath as the threads just begin to push themselves.
I'll also
into
cast
the-
light just while we're doing this, just to,
now glows.
'cause that's a Asmar thing. So.
Eventually,
What I'll say is it still has that kind of like flame look to it, but this time it's more golden rather than the blue of what it used to be.
cool. Yes, golden light that fills the tent as eventually the tent is sewn back together. I assume you guys head back into your long rest.
As best as we can.
After
Do I
My
need to
alarm still
reroll?
exists, so.
True,
To
it
come
doesn't
face to
get rid of
face
it.
with the monster.
So you all
sorry?
eventually drift back into meditation and sleep with the now sheltered pavilion.
Good job, Core. Thank you.
Trying your best, hoping the
Conquer.
creature doesn't return back. You guys are so fucking tired that it's almost just like, thank God that's dealt with. Okay, go back to sleep.
Yeah. That thing's like done now, right? We don't have to worry about it.
It'll
I think
probably
it's
come
died
back.
before.
Shit. Just our luck.
These
How
things,
do you get rid of it then?
I don't think we really know. I fought one before meeting you guys. We killed it, and I know that it would come back. And then we met this one, and I don't know if it's the same one or a different one, but I don't know. Is it
Kurt
happens
died
again?
to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
you kill it, it comes back.
It
I
doesn't
think
seem
it's
to
under
have
Lycus's control. So
magic.
maybe,
I think.
maybe deal with Lycus, and
Looks like-
then it will come back.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll figure it out.
That kind of thing.
Tentacle.
I like to think that the tentacle's just like, oh, okay, well,
I'll just leave.
I think I'll just go, guys.
It was helping put
Moving
the
off
tent back.
screen was really funny.
It just no clips out of the game.
Yeah.
He was helping put the tent back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
holding it up.
Pieces together.
I got it, Core. You just cast your spell.
Holding up a piece. Okay, you hammer right here. No, that's the tentacle.
Ah!
Oh.
It's a pavilionical.
Pavilion.
Oh, instead of a tent.
Oh, in case some of you guys have missed last episode and didn't get to see new Phillip art. Oh my God, he's hot. Okay.
What new?
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm
tried to kill me last game.
I'm simping. Okay.
What was that?
She tried to shoot me last game. Or at least threatened to.
When did
Done,
hasn't
done.
she? Like that's been her running.
Her MO.
Yeah, she has shot me twice. It's third time to try, right? Maybe I'll die
Y'all.
that. Maybe I'll die next time.
You guys eventually head back into your long rest. Phillip,
Oh.
as you push into your meditation, attempting to get some form of rest,
It's a good sleep.
you awaken, but you're not in the pavilion.
Oh.
None of your friends are around you. You just see what looks like this.
Did I sleepwalk?
You see what looks like the this room. It has these dark obsidian walls. It's almost like a perfect circle, with what look like chains hanging from the ceiling. There's a pool of water in the center. It's completely black. And rising out of this pool of water in the center, sort of shifting and looking over towards you,
Dang it. Sorry.
is Grazd.
Oh.
As he rises outwards, he turns his head as he looks over at you, and he says, "This is funny.
What's funny?
This is really funny. You know, this was... We've come a long way here, Phillip, you and I together." As he sort of walks closer towards you, sort of barefoot and dripping that black liquid down onto the ground, as you are just sort of like standing at the back of this room. He sort of looks at you, his glowing white eyes sharpened towards the ends, as he has this long curved sword down on the side of his belt, dripping with acid. As he looks over at you and he sort of turns, just says, "This is getting real serious, isn't it? Why, you can't handle me anymore."
You're telling on me now. Could deal with you before, but now you've got friends.
I've always had friends. This isn't just a special thing that you and I have, no. As he watches, he disappears, and he gets really close to you, and his hands wrap around your neck, and he just says, "You're mine.
It worked
You
on
can either
Mars, yeah.
submit, or you can continue to live in torture." And he throws you down to the ground, and he says, "It's not a hard decision, Phillip. But if you want more of your friends to die, then so be it. I will continue to kill them over and over again until you submit."
That's not gonna happen.
Ha! Pity. We would have made a good team. You wake up. But a cold wind sort of blowing in from the outside of the pavilion as you look around and see that the flaps are currently like open, as it's a bit of a windy day this morning. The sunlight sort of comes up, overcast sky up ahead. Looks like it brings a small amount of snow. It's quiet. And you look over and you just see Cor sitting there on her bedroll, staring blankly onto the ground. Cor, you look over and see that Phillip has awoken.
Morning.
Is anyone else up yet?
Doesn't look like it.
Your first step today.
Oh, sorry, Kurt would. No, Kurt's half elf. Just kidding.
I sleep less than most people.
And failing, you're awake now.
I think I understand. A little bit. I feel tired, but I don't
I
need
think
to
you'd have
sleep
learned by now.
anymore, I guess. It's weird.
She's like trying to go back to sleep though. It's that thing where like people wake them up and he's like,
You're awake, but they don't know you're awake.
and you know, having gotten
You look-
stabbed like
you
4
look-
hours previous.
You like turn over in your bed trying to...
Are you okay? I know
I'm
what we're
fine.
getting ready to do is
I mean,
something you've been trying to do. Based off of the fact that you've been here before.
I mean, either it'll work this time or I'll die. So. He doesn't let me sleep much anymore. Eventually, hear that'll kill you.
Then I guess we just have to get it right.
Yeah, hopefully.
At that point, Kurt, you wake up as well.
Hi, Kurt.
Jane, how are you today?
Great. Great day.
Cool.
Snowing.
You sleep well?
Not at all.
Kurt doesn't sleep anymore.
No, that's a shame. Do you dream? Oh, I guess you wouldn't dream then. Like you never do, you can't, or you just don't?
Jesus, sorry.
I haven't tried. When I sit down, I just kind of fall into a state of motionlessness. Sometimes I feel things that feel like memories, but they're not mine. At least I don't think they are.
Huh.
So I guess that could be called dreaming.
Remembering. That's what I would call it.
Sounds like
A ream.
what some elves experience. I don't really dream. Just thoughts, memories.
Was that a long rest?
Yes, you guys can hit the long rest button. Y'all had food with the camp. You guys had your pavilion
had our-
and bedroll.
we had our soup.
And water as well, so you guys are good with food and all that.
Just wait for the others then.
Eventually, over the course of the next hour, Lelia, you wake up. You feel like you sleep so much harder now. Waking up is really difficult, especially when you wake up and you're getting rid of this exhaustion as well. There's just a sense of like, oh god, you can't move. And you feel the cold kind of moving in, but then there's this sense of like, this is being alive, and it sort of instills you with a sense of satisfaction and courage and happiness. Sort of turn over and look up, and you're awake. Along with you, Laszlo. Who, for the most part, is used to
Good
this
morning.
whole waking up and being a person kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know.
it's just another day for me.
Yeah.
You've got that dad mentality. You're like 5 a.m.
Ah.
Great time to be alive.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, being as loud as possible.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, how are you doing, Lasso? Well, I'm alive, that's a great start.
It's like, I'll be better once I get my coffee. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, you're one of those fucking
Shit.
people.
Don't
God.
have my coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so then are we,
I'm here to eat ass and kick bubble gum. Wait.
dealing with the giants today then?
If everyone's ready.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to swap out some gear, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's right.
You
Forgot
have some
I
stuff.
have it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swap out gear.
Solid 10. He has it all.
I'm gonna put my climber's kit in,
Okay.
and then pull out my armor. I'm start putting my armor on.
How you doing,
His
buddy?
bed area probably looks like a murder scene.
Right, because it was dark, so you couldn't see.
No,
so you get up there,
honestly-
it's like blood.
Honestly, if that's the
Ooh.
case, I would have prestidigitationed it.
You can do it now.
Yeah.
Do it
Yeah.
now.
yeah.
You just
Go right-
cover your clothing is like stained because of the blood, because you've been laying in blood all night.
I didn't.
Ooh.
The
I mean,
clothes,
but yeah,
too.
but there's the social implication of that. You wake up and you're just like, ugh, and you look around and you just see the blood, and then Cora's now standing over you, holding out her hand as the blood is like beginning to like siphon itself away, and then she does it again. And you're just like sitting there.
Hoovering it up.
Aren't Phelan's clothes usually stained with blood anyways?
Dude, you get
You literally cut yourself to get your abilities, my dude.
That's why he rolls up his sleeve.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it
He's
so
smart.
much better.
He's smart.
I didn't realize this was here last night.
He's just sitting there, just like, dude. What do you think happens when someone gets stabbed? Like 3 times.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I just didn't consider it, really.
I didn't either. I was just kind of,
I think we all were.
Yeah, right back
It's
to bed.
fine. It's actually pretty normal things. I mean, you just gotta treat it really well.
God, that's the most adventurer thing I've ever heard. Does not.
Yeah.
All
Kurt's
right.
prepping some different spells.
Ooh, nice.
Oh yeah, maybe I should take a look at the other spells available to me as well.
I'm gonna look at my spell. Wait, hold on.
Remember, you can prep your cleric spells. You can't change your warlock spells,
Yeah.
but your cleric ones you can prep new ones, and then You also get your 1 a day whatever spell
One
from
more
your
night
card.
prepare. Yeah, it just happened for some reason.
I feel like Phan's like, oh, this is the time where I can just sit here for a bit longer because all the magic users prepare their
Yeah,
spells.
you're looking around. Kurt's just got that.
He's
Do you
like-
still have the flag, or you use the
Yes.
sword? Yeah, you have the flag out. And you just hear Kurt's fucking shit. Fucking stupid.
God.
odd way to find spells.
You hear like thunder coming from behind Kurt as they're prepping new spells.
Philip's just putting his armor on.
Yep. Clank, clank, clank.
So did we decide that we were still talking to Giants, or are we like...
I have spells that will allow me
Jacob,
to
can I
talk to them
have
well.
the Moonlight
Maybe as
Edge
well
card?
as Kurt does. And if Kurt learns the spell to speak to him also, maybe the two of us together can convince him to leave.
Right.
I just want to double check.
Concentration.
Yeah.
Paladin.
Paladin.
Paladin?
Paladin.
I still think of that story every now and then. The DM kicked me out because I kept pronouncing Paladin.
And-
Paladin!
Oh boy.
Since we need the
RPG
monks
horror
to
stuff
help
is
Phillip also, I think we should at least try to resolve it
Okay.
peacefully. If we can't, then I don't think they're going to shame us for self-defense. But
No.
I think, are they kind of like sold on the whole helping you, Philip? Or is this like, we have to deal with the Giants and then we have to do it the way that they want and then they'll help us?
I think they would prefer we did it the way that...
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
but if we
Protections
can't
are still
convince them,
active.
then there's no convincing them.
If we can't convince them, I think they won't fault us for not
Great.
getting ourselves killed.
Less consequence.
But
Self-defense, more or less.
yes, but you said there's how many giants there?
There was about 10, I think.
I don't know that we could kill 10
I don't know
giants.
I don't know who Jeez is, but Jeez.
I don't know. Jeez.
Short
I
for
think-
Jesus.
Maybe,
I know, jeez.
Maybe we
The
could.
prophet of Eden.
But yes, Jairus is very forgiving.
Cheers.
Jairus is the head monk.
Well, look, whatever happens, whether we are able to get these giants to leave peacefully, or we have to do it less peacefully, I don't think they're going to help us until we clear out that monastery.
Yeah.
And I don't, and I think
I-
honestly,
They
a
can't.
monastery would be a much better place to contain Gratz than out here
Mhm.
on a mountain
agree.
in the middle of nowhere.
So I think probably the best plan of attack is diplomacy first, self-defense if they
Yes.
Aggressive
Force it.
negotiations.
aggressive negotiations. Not go out of our way to try and kill them, but if they force our hand.
Yeah.
Speaking of Grotst, he's not very happy.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
kicking
s-
him out of his home.
yeah.
I mean, good riddance. You can't hear me, right?
Yes, he can hear you.
Huh. Great.
I think anything we say, he can hear right now.
Yep.
So it seems like it is.
Well,
Well, we're all here for you, Philip. We're going to get you out of this mess.
Yeah, you kind of deserve it.
Yeah,
Philip's head jerks over towards the two of you,
Uh-oh.
and he watches his eyes begin to glow as he just says, "You will both fall beneath my burning blade."
Protection from good and evil.
Why are you touching me?
It's
Uh-oh.
like this.
Something's happening.
Laszlo, what's your AC?
20.
20.
You watch as you reach out your hand to
Oh.
cast it on Philip. You watch as he grabs it at the wrist, and he just says, "You get one more chance."
Okay, fine.
And then, Philip, you come back.
He wasn't too happy about that. I didn't get to
Happy
cast the
about
spell.
No, you tried it. You're like, "Eek," and you couldn't get to it. So you didn't use the spell slot.
Try and touch him with my,
Yeah.
my middle finger. Just
he
reach.
grabs it, you go,
That's what I was thinking.
I've been had. God,
Oh, fucking hell.
Well, that shows how powerful Grotz is right now.
We gotta get him out of you, Phil.
Gotta get the giants out of here first.
I think that'll be
It
easier
shows
than
it.
the
Is everyone ready to go?
I'm ready.
I don't have much of a morning routine anymore, so
think
I'm
we're
good to
still
go.
No, I
buffering.
just put
I'm-
my armor on.
I've been like putting on my armor this
Put
whole
on,
time.
put on some extra socks. Keep my
Give you a-
keep
give you a hand
my
there.
shoes warm. And my feet warm.
Put my
Your little feet.
get my hair all set.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, I gotta put in the pomade and everything.
The pomade.
Not a very
It's
good.
like,
I need some
probably
hair
just like
polish.
eating like jerky or something. Just like, oh, it's fine.
It's like frozen.
Yeah.
Really tough jerky.
Yeah, it's more of like
It's
maybe he tries to
brittle
bite it
now.
and he just goes like,
It's beef brittle.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find
break
some
it in half.
soup.
That's rough.
Can we go? Can I go find some breakfast for the group?
You head out of the
The-
tent,
Breakfast soup.
brisk cold on the outside as you make your way up towards the rest of the camp, and you look as they are making more soup.
I love soup.
You get a bunch of tube soup, and you bring it over towards
soup.
the group. And
The tube soup for the
you
group.
guys have some soup. It's the same soup as you had yesterday. It's
Soup.
bland and soup,
Soup.
but you eat it.
Soup
But at
yesterday,
least it's warm.
Soup today,
warm.
and
That's
gosh darn it if
the.
it ain't soup tomorrow.
Yep.
Right.
Does anybody have any levels of exhaustion?
Not
No, I think we're
anymore.
all
We're-
done
we-
so.
All right, you guys are prepared and ready for the day. What are you guys doing?
Go into the monastery.
Gonna hang out with some giants.
You guys
Yeah.
head out of the tent and begin to make your way up on this overcast, sort of windier day. It's very cold out. It's about maybe up at this height, probably strangely less cold than on a climb upwards. It's about maybe 10 degrees. And you guys are still in your cold weather clothing, heading upwards. It was like in the negatives when you were going up.
I would say it's more because that this, we have the sun a little
Yeah,
bit,
yeah.
so it
Today you
kinda
have less
warms
of the
us.
sun.
Yeah, but
as you guys all walk over, you head past the camp as the other people sort of watch as you guys make your way up. And you see those two kids sort of watching as you make your way up. Is that one of them's like eating soup, and the other one's just sort of watching as you guys sort of make their way past the camp as they watch you as you go by. You see you see Xylo as well, sort of also eating soup, sort of watching as you guys make your way up, and he quickly sort of glances back downwards as you head up. And you also see Kurt's casting some weird spell.
The
Spells
tent.
prepared.
Yeah. You see Arfu as well as he sits near his tent and sort of at the edge of the camp, sort of at the base of the incline as you make your way up, and he just watches. You look like he's got to say something, and he refrains himself as he continues to watch as you guys make your way upwards, trekking up in the snow, making it towards the top.
And you said it's like a 15-minute journey?
And then as you get up this, it's like a slope up rocks to get to the back where the base of the mountain is. About a 15-minute walk that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
About halfway through, I'm going to
Yep.
cast a couple spells on myself.
Okay.
Those spells are tongues and borrowed knowledge.
All right. How long does tongues last?
An hour.
Okay.
And same for borrowed knowledge.
Okay.
Just so you know, what borrowed knowledge does
What it
is
do.
it what the dog do. It allows me to,
What the dog doing? Oh no.
it allows me to choose a skill in which I lack proficiency and gain proficiency in it
I am aware.
for
Yep.
the duration, and it's also an hour.
And they're both on
So I'm
concentration.
I'm taking proficiency in persuasion,
Okay.
and neither are concentration.
You casting anything, Kurt?
It's the fancy herb song, like,
Mage armor.
Mage armor. All right.
Kurt is going to has tongues as one of their chosen spells.
Sounds good.
Just to make sure that this works, does anyone know a language that isn't Common or Elvish?
And Celestial, Philip will say, "I know Celestial."
Ah, it works.
Yeah, I
I can understand you. The giants will be able to understand that.
Philip, roll a wisdom save.
ooh,
11.
11. You take 5 psychic damage as you finish saying that sentence.
Uh-oh. You okay?
Yeah, it's like a really sharp pain in my head.
okay.
You guys continue
Anyway.
upwards.
Anyway,
As long as just making sure all the prep cats were good.
Yep.
You move your way up through the snow, and at this point, you guys can now see the entrance to the monastery. It's large, maybe say 100-foot tall, carving into the side of this mountain that has these multiple sort of entrances that line themselves down. Bas reliefs carved into the sides of it, pillars that flank the sides, and this large entrance right at the front. Looks like the two doors, which typically remain open, Philip, are still standing there just in the entrance. Smoke is no longer billowing out of the center. Oh, no, sorry. There is a bit of smoke still billowing out of the middle of it. Not this immense, sort of fire, but definitely a bit of smoke coming out of those entrances as you guys get closer and closer. And at this point, it's now just straight upwards. The sheer size of this monastery is baffling. This is an ancient place. It's been here for a long time. Has many generations of people who have lived atop this dangerous mountain. Called this place their home. And you head in through the, and you see that there's nobody standing at the front, at the entrance, the doorway, which has about, it's about 20 feet in height and about 15 feet in width. Strangely, very perfect for giants. Some of them would likely have to duck in order to get in, depending on how big they were, but...
So, you two want to take the lead on this?
Yeah.
I say, in Sheeran, to see if their tongue still works. Laszlo speaks Sheeran.
You speak Sheeran. It is a language none of you have heard before, except for maybe Philip.
I've never heard
Philip's
that
been
one.
to Sheeran.
Yeah, and you
Sheeran.
strangely understand it.
Okay, just checking if it still
Yeah,
works.
it was
Great.
As soon as it becomes talking time, I will cast tongues as well, and we'll be rocking and rolling.
Maybe since we're going to walk in, it might be best to not cast a spell in front of them. They might think that you're being aggressive.
That's a good point.
Jacob,
All
is
right,
that
then.
a message?
Is that how you cast it?
Well, yeah, you have to point and gesture to one's tongue to animate the tongue.
I'm good, thanks.
With
Isn't that how you
arcane
do?
energy. How did you do it?
I used
Kurt's just two spellcasters in a trench coat.
focus and just repeated the sigils,
Well,
and then you just tap yourself. You don't have to.
you say tomato, I say tongues.
You know what, guys, let's just call the whole thing off. And you,
Yeah,
you-
fuck those monks.
No,
I mean,
no,
it's
I
not really
mean-
that important.
I mean, I was making a reference. Let me make my classical musical theater references.
We're gonna go
Yeah.
in.
Use my
No,
greed.
man.
So you guys make your way in.
I made a fiddler on the roof.
The
Jack.
dark interior,
totally
there are a lot of openings. You notice that this main sort of chamber is extremely large. It's about maybe like a 20-foot high ceiling. This large interior floor that looks like it has a few steps that go downwards, and this looks like some sort of like meditation room. It's a sort of main hall that has many different uses, though it's sort of empty and bare at this current moment, except for what look like the two decaying corpses of what look like monks, sort of toppled over. One of them lying face down near the steps, and the other one sort of in the back of the room, their bodies completely crushed. There doesn't look like to be no, actually, in sort of sitting in the back of this room, you see this. There's getting ahead of myself. Back of the room, there is what looked like a fire giant, deep, sort of gray skin with fiery orange hair. This one short and sort of shaved on the sides, just mohawk running backwards. These large orange eyebrows and just a little bit of like a chin beard right here. There's this deep fiery orange color that sort of comes to a tip at the end. He wears this deep black iron.
Do I have the what? No, Kurt does.
Yeah.
And the deep black sort of metal armor and this huge cleaver-like sword leaning up against the wall behind him that sort of has this giant handle, and then the blade goes downwards maybe to you guys, maybe about a couple of feet wide, and then it sort of it turns outwards and then comes to like a cusp in the middle. It kind of looks like a dick a little bit, but it like goes down and out. It's like this strange like cleaver sort of thing. And he's sitting in the back, and he's currently got what looks like some tools in his hand, and he's sort of like pushing them together as his eyes sort of look downwards, kind of in like this. His enormous form doesn't really seem to notice you at the current moment.
Great person of the mountain!
Sort of turns and looks upward.
Emissaries have arrived with a gift for you.
Stands upward.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We have come to return something that was stolen from you, most egregiously.
Are you saying this in common?
I'm saying
It's
this.
tongues. He can understand it.
Yeah, I cast tongues.
Got it. Read tongues.
There, I got it. This spell grants the creature you touch, which for Kurt would be Kurt, the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Moreover, when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language can hear the target and understands what it says.
Okay. So you say that outwards toward as it sort of looks down. It hasn't like stopped. It's sort of just like it took like a step and grabbed its sword as it made its way forward and sort of eased its stride as it nearly scrapes the top of this ceiling, standing about maybe like 18 to 20 feet tall as it looks down. And it looks over and it says, "Well done, Stormrod," which you understand as, what is your tribe and rank?
We are Kurt of the motherfucker tribe. I am of the rank High Inquisitor of the Church of Umberlee.
Okay.
Kurt puts their bag down and with exaggerated care and slowness opens it, reaches in, and pulls out the sword and says, "As a token of our goodwill, we have returned something that has been stolen from you."
Walks over and you see from the other two hallways that are flanking edge of this room, you see what look like one giant sort of turning and looking inwards, another fire giant, and then on the other side you see what looks like a frost giant also like taking sort of striding in and watching what's going on, seeing the giant walks forward over towards you. It's enormous steps, nearly shaking and breaking the ground as it heads over, and it comes over, gets real close towards you as it puts its sword down, ting, and leans down towards you as its huge head sort of gets closer as it looks down at this thing. Takes its tiny fingers. It takes its fingers, grabs a tiny little sword, and you let it take it.
Yeah. We were led to believe this was taken from you by a worm.
Turns and it just begins to walk down towards the other hallway as the frost giant in the other corner sort of looks down and it just says, "We're Furdir," which you understand as, "Who are you?"
I am, as I have told your fellow, Kurt of the tribe Motherfucker, with my priests, fellow priests of Umberlee. I am a High Inquisitor.
He just watches you.
Of the Angry Woman's realm.
Ank. And it just says, "Stay."
Yes, we have come to parley. And we will wait here.
And you hear like, ting, 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 like something falling over, something close to that, and then some enormous footsteps coming back down that hallway, and you see that same fire giant sort of come around the other side, push itself into the next room, and it looks down at you and just says, it thinks for a moment, and it says,
We'll be on our way right now.
"Undo part," which just means, "I give you respect." And then it says, "Ifsh," which is, "Now leave."
We have given you great respect, and I continue to give you great respect. We cannot quite leave just yet. You see, we are here to understand what it would take for you fellows to either exit this place peacefully, or perhaps you could stay here and allow the monks to return to their home.
No.
Why not?
Leave.
Why?
Puts its foot down as it stamps downwards, stares over at you, hoping to scare you in some way, but it doesn't really seem to shake.
I am an emissary of the angriest bitch god on this earth. You will not stamp at me or cry. You will not whine and throw a fit. We will talk.
Our temple, we have commemorated it. It is
Okay.
ours.
Yes, and you can allow other people to share the temple.
Small folk can find their own homes.
But this is their home.
The mountains are our home.
They could find it right now. They could come and re-find this as their home.
Then let them take it back.
But why would they take it back when you could freely just share it? That's not a
They
funny
may
joke.
earn it back.
How would we earn it back?
Sort of turns. Begins to walk over and looks towards the other giant, sort of turning in and peeking, and he just looks at him and says, Kong. And he looks over and just says, make sure they don't go any further, as he heads back into the hallway. As the frost giant sort of turns and also sort of watches while the fire giant sort of stands in that hallway very firmly, taking force with its enormous looking crossbow that's about maybe 10 feet in length that it holds upwards and
It's just a ballista.
yeah, it's pretty much a ballista that it holds down in its hand as it stands guard.
We will wait.
We're gonna die, aren't we?
And you hear like
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding. There's sounds of like blacksmithing going on in the background. Enormous pieces of metal likely fusing together and whatnot as you wait.
Why do you
Hey, can we talk about something really, Kurt? Really quick,
Yeah,
Kurt?
sure.
Why the hell did you offer them the offer to peacefully coexist with these people? Why did you think that would be a good idea?
Why do you think it wouldn't be a good
Because
idea?
those guys killed a bunch of these people's friends. We saw them on the way up. I don't think they're really interested in coexisting peacefully.
Laszlo, the only other alternative was to blunder in here angrily, start a fight we might lose. Now we have asked for the peaceful solution. The peaceful solution has been turned away. Look, we did our due diligence. We pursued peace. Look, I'm all for hacking off a giant's head if we have to.
I never said we had to kill them. I'm just saying. I don't think
The
they
cart-
were ever going to peacefully coexist.
Looks down towards you. He's still doing what you're saying.
Well, so you wouldn't know what Laszlo is saying,
He
right?
said we
Unless-
to lop off a giant's head.
True. You're right.
I don't know.
Don't you even smirk at me.
Yeah,
You're the
all
one-
it did was just like.
You're the one cranking a crossbow over there. I'm trying to talk my
He
friends
just
down.
ignores you.
So you see how small the sword was, by the way, in his hands?
It's like a knife.
It was like a little toothpick.
Yeah. I don't know.
Why do you think they put
I
a
think
sword
we
that
need-
small in comparison?
I don't know. I think we need to start speaking to these people in
That
their
might be
language.
worth asking.
I mean-
Offer them a trial by combat. If one of us, single combat, if one of us wins, they leave.
God,
Who would that be?
is your friend coming back?
Me or
Doesn't
Philip,
want
maybe? Maybe not Philip. Maybe me. Maybe me would be the best
Maybe
choice.
we could I guess I'm not even on the table.
All right, we'll fight you for it.
It just looks at he. All you see, he keeps his position,
can
but his
also do-
eyes just look down at you.
What's more, we'll kill you for it. One of ours versus one of yours.
He just watches you. And then at this point, let's have everybody roll an insight check.
I'm great at those.
We'll call it a group insight check.
Big 10.
18.
18. Okay.
9.
9. You're like, what are these? It's okay. It'll be a group check.
16.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
Hey, Kind of above 10, guys.
We're kind of above 10.
I'm kind of at 10.
Yeah.
If the DC is 10, we're doing
26.
Whoa, that's a good insight check. All right, so
Skewing the odds.
for the most part, you guys all sort of collectively sort of know that have this knowledge. Phelan, just a small in part, you are aware that giants are notoriously very stubborn, especially fire giants. Outside of that, you guys are gathering that all of these giants, the frost giant seems to be like interested in what you're doing, but you know that frost giants are almost like a different tribe than that of fire giants. Not that they don't get along necessarily, but like they're not like blood like they see them as equals, but they aren't like the same sort of beings. It's strange that a frost giant is here, but also it sort of makes sense. You guys are gathering that from the giants that you have interacted with, it's less of like a what's the word? Like we're being stubborn and don't want to deal with you currently, or like don't want to give you this opportunity. You're each gathering that you're so small and so insignificant that you aren't worth the time of day to this dude who is just lackadaisically sort of keeping this thing like. And so when you say things like "I'm gonna kill you" or "I'll do combat," he's just sort of like, "Are you gonna act up? Because I will shoot this crossbow." That's sort of the idea that you're getting behind like each of them. Even though the way you've effectively to these people, you've walked up and been like, "Here's your sword back," and they went, "Thanks, now go away." Like you're an insect to them. Just putting that out there. So as you sort of demand this sort of trial by combat, he looks down and he's just like, "I don't owe you anything. I don't need to do this." Also, what comes with that is an extreme underestimation. He doesn't know who you guys are. He doesn't care to know. He thinks you guys are 6 commoners, effectively.
Shay.
Yeah.
I think it might be time to start forcing their hand. Then.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Phelan's
I don't know about killing, but forcing a hand.
On his sword's like, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if we send a message strong enough,
That's what I'm.
Mm-hmm.
You think he has lightning bolt?
Bang.
Bang.
and I'm gonna
As-
channel divinity and make it max
Whoa.
damage.
Can
Okay.
Can I also do a thing if Kurt's doing that? It is intended to. I'm basically. Can I use a spell to help Kurt with whatever this
What are you
check
doing?
may result in? I will use a sorcery point to subtly, since I've kind of been standing next to Kurt this whole time anyways, subtly put my hand up, and I will also cast lightning bolt to arc with theirs and make it seem like it's coming just from Kurt.
Oh wait, so you're doing a
A
My
subtle
own lightning bolt.
Subtle casting
my
lightning
own
bolt.
my own subtle cast of lightning bolt
Got
to
it.
try to like arc with Kurt's
Got it.
to improve.
okay. That's a dex save, right?
Yes.
It's got to
We're
roll
not
2.
firing. Are we firing it at the dude?
Yes.
Alright,
Yeah,
cool.
at the
Fucking
door.
kill him.
Violent.
We need to show that
much for
we're
peace.
more that we're more powerful
We
than they
offered
thought.
peace.
Where's the
They
room fighter?
refused.
I'll
to
be
More or
honest,
less, what
When I
is
said
we're trying
that, I
to
didn't
show
realize we were
strength, and we
firing
have
at
to
him,
punch a
so
bitch
It is
sometimes to
also
do that.
totally chill if the damage to this one doesn't get added because I didn't realize we were firing it at one of them. I thought we were firing it
Too
past
late, man.
them.
It's too late.
No, I know, but I don't know if
too
the
late.
damage should be included.
It's too late. Kill him.
Cast a lightning bolt.
I'm not. No, if it kills them, all the better. Fuck them. But I'm saying I didn't. That wasn't what I was arguing for. I just wanted to help on whatever, like intimidation check or whatever.
Okay, so
There's
he's
no
got to roll a dex save.
intimidation check.
It's from 2 lightning bolts.
18.
Mine's
18.
15.
Yeah, he got a 2 to 1. So go ahead and roll damage.
I'm gonna
It's
go
max damage and then plus your lightning bolt.
54.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Do you have any d6s?
Oh, buddy.
Bang.
I have 6
bang,
Oh
bang.
boy,
Kurt was a
do I.
rogue
You need
for a
6?
bit.
Huh?
Kurt
think
was
I
a rogue
have
for a bit.
Four.
Be it.
Yeah. Visions of road.
Oh my
A
god!
lot of 6s.
That's a lot of 6s.
6, 12, 18, 24, 35, 36 extra on top of
36
what
plus
did you do?
54.
54.
So 80.
That's 90 damage.
90 damage. You hold your finger down, Kurt, and as the giant is just like looking at
You're
you,
like, that's even
and
something I
then
expected
this
it to be.
enormous beam of lightning just arcs through the air over towards the giant and goes right through him, covering the entirety of the armor as his head jolts upwards, and you just hear him just go like, and it like shakes it reverberates the entirety of the room as it finally ceases as he falls to the ground on one hand, and he looks straight up at you.
You will show Kurt and the motherfuckers respect.
And he walks over towards you, and he says, "What do you want?"
We don't want to do that again, but we are prepared to. Now that you've seen what such little pitiable creatures can do, perhaps you have a fuller understanding of the peace we offer.
Peace.
In comparison to the violence.
You wish to convince Kurthos of peace.
Mm-hmm.
You will have to kill her first.
Who?
Kurthos.
Where's she?
Kong.
She in there?
Who is that?
Our leader.
We will have to convince her, and how, I assume, by saying that...
Brayog, stop!
And you watch and you see the frost giant holding up an axe, getting like ready to fight. As it kind of turns, you can still smell like the burnt bits of giant flesh sort of searing off the side of its armor as it looks down at you, and it just says,
I can grant you this audience, but I cannot. I
Guarantee
cannot
our
secure
safety.
your lives.
Fair enough.
Perfect.
I don't know.
I almost died last night. We're all good.
We're fine.
I believe that is a chance we will willingly take.
I serve my Kong. I do not listen to small folk like you. You have proven your strength.
And we shall do so again.
"Go!" And it turns and it points over towards the hallway. And you guys begin to walk your way in,
Fucking hell.
moving past you. Recognize these openings, Kurt,
Like
Philip, these enormous hallways, this place that you would live for a long time, as you make your way over towards a hallway where there was this sort of learning and training room. The library, you walk past the opening into that room, which for the most part has some of the books and shelves been knocked down. It's sort of this enormous pile of books and whatnot. And you can see what looks like a frost giant sort of like picking through some of it. As you move past, there's you come over to the large open training room, which you can see there are like pillars and columns that just go down to the sheer cliffside of the mountain that descends thousands of feet. This place is maybe about 50 feet in width, and it has been completely transformed and changed. There's now this anvil in the center of it where you see what look like 4 fire giants, along with 2 other frost giants in this room. The 2 frost giants who sort of sit on the sides of the room, sort of sharpening away at their weapons. A couple of other frost giants smelting and working weapons. The enormous sort of clangs of metal, the searing of blacksmithing going on in this room is extremely loud as you make your way in. And it's only for but a few moments until back at the back of the anvil, this giant, sort of like a deeper sort of stone blue skin with these this long sort of red braid of hair comes out of this black iron helmet that she dons with what looks like 2 enormous spiked shields next to her that she currently has off to the side as she looks over and sees you with the deep red, yellow glowing eyes as she just sort of grits her teeth and she just screams out, "Who are you?"
I am Kurt, and these are my motherfuckers. We have been granted audience with you by beating the shit out of one of your friends out there.
What do you want?
Peace.
You have it. Leave.
No.
Clang! It throws the hammer down towards the side as it walks over to the other side of the anvil, and he says,
You waste more of my time, small person.
The people that you have exiled from this monastery would like to come back. Now, they can either come back with you in residence and you can coexist, or they can come back to this monastery without you in it.
There won't be much time left to waste.
There need not be any more bloodshed. But perhaps there could be. We are here.
They took things of ours.
We have brought the sword back. It was stolen from you. That was not okay.
Did you bring back our slaves?
No, and that, unfortunately, is not possible. Our people do not believe in
Did
slavery.
you bring back Kisto? Kisto. One of my soldiers. He was killed.
How long ago?
At our cog. Our home.
How long ago
The
was
blade was of his make.
Hold on.
Why was a giant, making a small...
a small folk blade?
Fuck, I don't want to isolate everybody out of this, but she would have been speaking giant.
I know.
the whole time.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not
I'm
saying
sorry.
anything.
Let me clear.
He probably, then
If
he
you
would
start
have
to say
nudged,
that,
like,
you'd have-
Cor, like,
why-
hey, ask why it's small.
Why was one of your kind making a small folk sized blade?
What?
The blade is the size I could have wielded it.
I don't know. Kisto kept to his craft. That's
Where
besides
is-
the point. You want to broker peace with these people. These people who took from us. We've taken from them, now they can find a new home.
It seems to me that both sides have lost. Why do we need to continue this cycle of loss? What could we perhaps give you in addition to the sword we have returned for an ongoing accord?
She sort of smiles. She kneels downwards to kind of look down at you, and she says, "For this place, you want it back so badly.
Mm-hmm.
How do you small folk even handle living so high up?"
I have the sea bitch's blessing. This cold is nothing to me.
I don't know what that means.
I could teach you.
No,
I could tell you all about her wondrous rage.
I don't want
I could
anything to do with your
envelop
small
you
folk
in
religions.
the warmth of her anger, the depth of her hatred and peace.
I think you made your point.
In any case, we would like this place boggle your mind,
There
though
are
it
6
may.
of you. You replace our slaves. They can have their home back. Easy enough. You look strong. Perhaps the sea bitch can make you work real hard.
Perhaps the sea bitch can make you die real hard.
It's true. That's not an option.
Look, I've killed a lot of people. People bigger than me that have tried to kill me as well. I like my odds. I don't want. I'm trying really hard recently to be a better person, to be a less mean and terrible person. I'd really like to walk away from this. I mean, you could stay here. I like the Anvil. It brings a certain je ne sais quoi to the whole place. There's no reason you can't be here and the monks can't be here. I mean, they'd be off monking in the corner. And you could be here smelting and making tiny blades or big blades or giant shields like you got there. There is no reason at all why we can't just coexist.
Roll persuasion. What?
Nothing.
$18.
Okay. She says,
southern wing. We don't use it. They can have it back.
This is amenable. And
We do not fear the small folk. I do not think they will accept these terms, however. Violence may be on your head, and I would be so happy to silence that very loud, tiny mouth of yours.
but if I succeed, we will talk again. You and I.
It will work for us.
You'll be surprised what a tiny thing can do.
Work in what way?
This place is to be a forge. Build more black iron.
What are you building black iron for?
That is none of your concern.
Well,
Not the
what
concern
if?
of small people.
What if you could have
Black
a
forge.
small army of very dedicated people who are very keen and really fine craftsmen
Having a-
working with you
I know
to
the
create.
uses of small people.
Right,
They
but
are
not
very little.
not as slaves, as willing participants.
Willing participants
Mm-hmm.
aren't as dedicated and
Oh.
aren't as motivated as slaves.
No, you see, if you pay someone and you make them feel good, they actually want to come work. If you just grind someone under your boot, then they don't want to work, and
These
you
are my
eventually
terms.
kill them.
Stop wasting more of my time.
She stands up. She turns around. She walks back over to the forge.
What was her name again?
Kuthos. Kuthos.
Lean over to Kurt. I don't think they're gonna take that.
I think they will. Hope springs eternal. Giantess.
Oh, great. Now we've brokered a tentative peace with one people. Now we've got to go
They've just been
broker.
speaking giant
Now
the
we've got
whole
to
time.
broker with another.
We can get
Oh, you
one.
can get one
we
side of it,
we
yeah.
get one side of it.
Huh?
Here's the problem, though. We're not always going to be here. What's this time trying to kill each other?
Very good.
If you love something, you have to let it go.
Yes, but what if they did go and kill
What-
one of the
what?
giants?
Okay, wait.
Look, we left Leonia. It could be a smoldering rubble right now. We
What's
don't
going
know.
on?
We just have to trust that it's not destroyed when we leave.
What?
We need this place.
Right, which is why we have to continue to do a good job.
You
Which
two,
is why
what-
I'm
what
going
are
to
the
go
terms?
seduce the giantess when this is all done.
What?
I'm going to go seduce the giantess when this is all done.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Do you know who I am? Have you ever met me?
She didn't sound very
Have you
I've known
traveled
you-
with
I've-
me at all?
I've known you for like
I'm gonna be honest
maybe
with
a few weeks.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
If Phelan
Kurt.
could, he looked
She didn't
directly into
seem
the camera like
particularly
the opposite. Like,
What's that thing from Red Dead Redemption 2? Where it's like, Charles, we're friends, right? I don't even know you.
When have you ever understood sex or attraction or what people want? No.
we both
I have moves, cool. Just because I've never deployed them on you does not mean they are not slick, smooth, and soft as baby oil.
Hey, look, I'm just
I don't
saying,
think
I've made a
the
few moves in
giant
my
would like
time.
that.
Yeah, I've made a few moves in my time.
Leave!
That giant didn't seem too interested.
Giant sort of says from the back as the other versions of them begin to
Challenge
turn and sort of
accepted.
look.
Let's go. We have peace to broker,
Exactly.
and I have plans to make.
You guys
Wine and
begin to head your way
dine
out.
this giant.
But as you do, that's where we're going to go on break because I didn't realize it was fucking 9:50. Apologies, everybody. I'm so sorry. We'll be back in a few minutes. But before we do, I have some super chats and some real cool patrons to read out. So I want to give a big shout out to those guys. Colton, where were the donations?
I don't see them.
I
but then
have them.
Barton
I
put them
have
you
them.
have them.
You have all of them?
Discord.
Or just
I think
that
so.
one?
I have.
Do you have the 50 and the 100?
Yes, because Barton posts them in the Discord.
Nice. Cool.
Mage's Tower, super chat $2. Next time is Spencer's turn. I'm not asking now though for a kiss.
Oh, of
All
course,
right,
of course.
and then, Escape the Goat donated $50 and just said, you guys are awesome.
Hmm.
Barden donated 100 Australian. Said, sorry about the audio issues, guys, but here's $100 to help pay for some equipment repairs
Jesus
in case. And simply because
Barden.
kissing your homies is base.
Varden.
Love you all. Good luck with your roles and have a great
Saucy
game.
man.
Thanks, guys, so
Also,
much.
wish Marion luck for her next 12-player game in 2 hours.
You're nuts,
Marion, are you okay?
You're braver than most.
Jeez.
Or matter.
Big shout out to our patrons supporting us on patreon.com/arcadearcade. So thank you to Chin, Dubmill, Small Town Eye Care, Venus, Barden. But just again using my Patreon message to remind you all how awesome you are. Thanks for everything you do. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
I do be peeping. Prince of Chaos, Cyber Reptar 13, Pimp the Hood, Ajax and the Cult of Kurt Fan Club, Mama Love and Papa Joy, Rez Storm, Will Pratt, possibly related to Chris Pratt, Duncan York, Mo Rosamania, John Hunter, Dormammu has been cursed with a human disease known as COVID, so the Dornjan cookies will have to wait, frown emoji. Roran Verlaine, late note, but I would pay good money to see Jordan make the Evenfall cast watch to tame the French Chrome Baby movie. Josh Travis, Jessica slowly suffocating Jacob with all these ridiculous names, and Reno. Thorin says, do not meddle in the affairs of dragons, for you are juicy and go well with mustard and pickle. Notorious Thief, Supra, Ultar, amazingly awesome, rejected tub full of icy men naked. The Diabetes, the indescribable agony of when you hit your funny bone and yell ow, but it doesn't actually hurt, but it's what you say ow, so you fake it. Reptilian Daedra, how are you guys doing today? Pretty good. Shuriken Sean, flying to Treasure Planet on a Spelljammer. Abraham Guidel, Copperhide Wolf, Big Haas, Ethan Collins, Dumbledore, the gay god of doors and mortal enemy of Dormammu. Alice Lilybottom, try to say this, Mr. Knox, please. Through threes cheese, trees, 3 free fleas flew, while these fleas flew, freezy breeze blew. Troy Balfour, Augusta Ada King Countess of Lovelace, hi. Mystical Combat, Zack inflicts Ligma. Make a DC 16 con save or get Steve Jobs'd. You have disadvantage if you don't know who that is. The Pinky Life, Bob said hi, who made his name overly long just to make the cast read for no reason other than his own amusement. Gravity is the best defibrillator. Mimi H, Rip 1010 Screen Time, Penguin Culture, Angriest Bird God, Pure Osmium, Tom Michael, Muriel Stahl, and Jake Pinkerton. Thanks guys so much. We'll see you in a few minutes. everyone. Hi, we're back. Because that was, I didn't give them any warning at all.
No, you went very quick with that countdown.
Remember when I used to just do that? I used to just be like, we're back.
Cold opens.
Yeah, just cold opens.
You just bring us
didn't
back
know.
and wait for like a.
I'd say that's like a hot
Crazy
open.
times, yeah.
It's like, we're back. Oh, shit.
It could be a
Yeah.
warm one.
No, warm is when you're prepared.
I can't wait, Spencer, when later on, after you have the baby, and we look back at these episodes, and we just look at you, and you're just like,
like death.
I just want to let everybody know. I was like, you can tap out. You can go lay down. You don't have to. I will come
This
up with
is
an
my
excuse.
arc.
I was like, I'll come up with an excuse, and I will end the game here and be like, sorry, stream's over. Like, you can't do it. And
Nah.
she wants to keep
I'm
going.
not tapping out till I'm in labor. So
Goodness gracious.
We're like
Say that now.
Yeah.
the Icewind Dale
make
come on.
the
You can come.
Icewind Dale group is like 90% sure that we're going to put her into labor during an Icewind
Every
Dale.
time, because Craig makes her laugh so
The game
hard.
is really funny.
Craig doesn't even have to try. Craig will just be like, beep, he'll do something like that, and she'll start crying.
Oh, it's
Oh my
funky.
god.
Have you ever sat by her?
Like I said,
Yes.
that game I think will be the thing that does that.
Yesterday we were talking about the professor orb, and it's an orb that has the conscience of an old professor in it, and he gives some commentary on the caves that they're currently in. And when I was explaining one of the flavor texts, I burped in the middle of it, and Craig died laughing, and he was just like, "Sorry, you caught me on the toilet." He was like, he's just a little guy in a little house with a
fucking
little
hell.
ball.
That's how I imagine.
He was very
he's
stupid.
It's a man living in a snow globe.
Yeah, the
Oh
little
man, a
library.
little snow globe.
He's FaceTiming you.
All right, so we just left off with you guys talking to the giants, and it went all right. And
Better than expected. It didn't end in death and destruction.
Kurt
Yep.
wants snoo snoo.
Kurt does want snoo snoo.
He'll come back as like a fucking Goliath this
What-
time. I don't know.
What is a snoo snoo?
what is a snooze? Oh.
So you guys,
Uncle Laszlo.
sorry, my brain zoned out.
What's a snoo snoo?
I'll tell you when you're older,
The
buddy.
man has a child.
I'm older.
It's like
In
that
some
thing,
ways, I think
I
I'm older than
I
you
need
are.
You are, yeah.
I need an adult.
That thing, it's that thing I said that happened in Avenue one time where Jeremy told Damon, "I'll tell you when you're older," and he's like, "I am older," and she said, "I know."
All right, so you guys have finished talking to the giants. You make your way out of the monastery, and you are back out in the snow. Are you guys heading back to the?
I'm gonna climb back down.
It's more of like a walk, but yeah, you sort of walk, climb back down over the course of that 15 minutes. You make your way back over, coming around the camp, and you see some people now notice that you've come back and you're alive, and they begin to sort of murmur amongst one another. Phelan, you sort of pick up some of them saying things along the lines of like I can't believe they're still alive. Do you think they actually got the place back? Oh no, it doesn't look like it's too good. And it's like, weren't there more of them? No, there were only 6 of them. Oh no, I kind of lost count. And there's sort of this mermaid. Where are you guys going?
We're gonna go find the leader.
You guys make your way over to the tent of the elders. You see on the inside, they sort of awaiting your arrival back. You see Jairus and Realdis and Frocus and Ov, and they look over towards each of you, and Jairus says, "So,
We come with accommodation.
Sort of.
They said the south wing.
Yes.
They said
Silly boy.
Who said you could come on a date?
that you could inhabit the south wing. That they were not currently using it.
Well, not that they weren't current, just that they're not going to.
They're not going to use the south wing. Now, this is not
Jairus
one.
sort of looks over to the other elders. He watches one of them sort of eyes Jairus, and she looks at you and she says, "This is unacceptable. We cannot live with these giants.
You cannot live in the snow outside your
They're
monastery.
doing a better job here than being slaves of giants."
Oh, whoa. That was not part of the deal.
So-
The deal was that you could move into the south wing, not as
be
slaves. Now,
Is that what they said?
Yeah, we told them that slaves were not part
the
of the deal.
slavery was not used at all. Now,
How long does that last? How long until they overpower us and they take away our children from us?
did you really think this was going to happen overnight? Right away? Instantly? We're going to have to work at this. we're gonna have to start here. It's like we're inching our foot in the door. You know, have you ever been told no once and you just keep bugging and going until they say yes? It's problematic. But sometimes it happens. And I think in this instance, we have our foot in the door. That is the first step to shoving your knee and thigh into the door and eventually squirming your way into the apartment. Once we get there, peace. Lasting peace. The other alternative here is we try and storm and attempt to kill these giants, or these giants kill us, or they...
Jairus looks over and says, No, what message did we send to the rest of them? They could come back with more stronger giants that will kill the rest of us.
Right, so if we go and...
And you watch the other two elders, they both sort of like interrupt one another, but then one of them stops as they both just sort of say, there is no other solution to this. Their leader has to be killed, they'll likely scatter. They won't return knowing that we're protected. And they says, but we can risk that, they might. We have children here, we have no more warriors. We're lucky to have...
Calm yourselves! Monks! Supposed men and women of peace, is it strange to you that a seeker of Umberlee comes seeking peace while you cry for murder?
They sort of wait and watch.
That you have judged this prince wanting, and here you vie for the murder of a giant? Shame on you! I feel sad to be so far from the sea, because at least I can trust the sea. These men and women in their cold, cold mountain, I did not know that coldness stretched to your hearts. We come with peace and an accord, and you treat us with this? Oh no, and you have outcast your friend for stealing. Oh, he is not one of you because he has stolen, and yet you throw our peace in our faces. Fa! I have offered you peace on a platter. It is not easy. It will be hard. You will not like it. The giants will be hard to live with, and you will hate them. But you will have to, or you will die in the cold.
For a moment of silence sort of falls over the tent for the moment. And he watches the elders sort of look at one another, sort of speechless. Jairus says, I think this is enough to think about. We shall return together when our spirits have calmed. And Jairus sort of sits down, closes his eyes. The other three sort of look at one another, sort of, one of them slightly frustrated, the other two unsure about what to do. And they also just join Jairus as they sit in their respective corners of this tent, sort of go into a meditative sort of state.
Lily's gonna kind of motion
Okay.
to the door and step out.
All right. Make your way back out.
All right, Kurt, I think you've made your point. Let's go. They clearly need some time to mull it over.
Kurt will leave.
All right. You guys make your way back over towards your camp with the now newly fixed tent. Head back in and just sort of sit and wait. And day sort of passes by. Time goes on. Clouds begin to part, eventually make way for sunlight.
Kurt would go find Arfu
Okay.
and would spar with him.
He doesn't have a blade to spar with. And when you do return to him, he doesn't really ask you very many questions. sort of just waiting. And you have another sword that you can give him to spar with.
I can lend him my luck blade, and I can wield daggers.
Yeah. You sort of out in the snow just begin to show him some techniques. It's very strange the way that he fights. It's very meticulous, very defensive, and it sort of counters your own movement against you sometimes. Something you understand how to sword fight, the basic sort of aspects of it, and that slight bit of roguish aptitude that still lingers in a bit of your mind. You understand how to utilize your target's openings and weaknesses against them. And while he does his best to sort of keep those openings away from you, you're definitely the better fighter than him by a long shot. But there is something that you both learn out of that. Out of this experience as you both spar with one another out in the snow.
And Kurt would probably push him to actually cut and slice.
Wow.
And would Kurt has all their spell slots, so they would just be doing cure wounds.
He would be hesitant to it at first, but after showing, if you were to show to him that you could heal your wounds back over, he would do it. But it wouldn't be very, he would refrain himself a lot. He doesn't want to hurt you. So maybe only once or twice does he really actually cut you here and there.
How long do they spar for?
Well, I was going to go back to everybody else. Kurt leaves about maybe 45 minutes into you guys sort of sitting at the camp. You guys are all kind of left together alone within the tent. What are you guys doing?
I think we would probably eventually just kind of get bored of waiting and go see if you could find forage.
Forage?
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
camp.
Roll survival. The rest of you?
Do any of you feel good about this?
No. Especially since I don't know all the terms, so I can't make a good decision on everything.
The terms were that they would live there, and in the southern wing, the giants wouldn't bother them. They intend on turning it into a forge. I do think they intend on having, as they put it, the small folk help turn it into a forge.
That sounds like
I trust those giants about as far as I can throw them. And I'm pretty strong. That's not very far.
no.
I
agree.
I'm kind of on the same boat, but you know how Kurt gets. Once they started speaking, I couldn't exactly.
And
cut
yes, Kurt's not wrong about.
No,
his
peace would be
thoughts.
the best option.
Yeah.
And it is kind of upsetting that we came to the monks with the idea of peace, which they told us to come up with, and they just kind of.
I guess one of them has been very
very forward.
Jairus is
for it.
only
The
one
other
suing
ones
for
don't
peace.
seem to be as much.
Considering the odds, I'd say Kurt did a pretty bang-up job of making sure we got out of there alive and with some sort of offer. But
No kidding.
I
I mean,
I don't know. I don't like
Do
it.
you-
There was never going to be a good end for this one
No.
for anyone.
I wonder if it would have been a good idea to have the combat with the leader, but not go all the way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Knock her down enough to put her in her place. So
I
to
just
speak.
don't. I don't know. I don't know too much about giants, but just from that brief encounter, I can tell they clearly respect strength.
That's what I was wondering.
I feel like if one were to be bested, they would fight to the death, not to the yield.
to find who would be.
And I doubt that
Well-
even if one of us did succeed in besting the queen,
The
the king or
one-
her champion, then they would
Sure.
probably insist that they be killed for strength's sake.
Sure.
Although I guess I can't say that for sure.
It's possible the one that Kurt lightning bolted.
That
We?
was unexpected.
Yeah, I can cast spells with that.
Oh, that's why I look so fucking
Front
nuts.
flap of the
Oh,
tent
There was a
opens up,
second.
and you see Jairus.
Okay.
He looks up and he says, "Phillip,
Cheers.
I'd like to speak with you."
Sure, yeah. Alone?
Come with me.
On the fort.
Jairus takes you, and you begin to walk up towards the camp. As you begin to make your way upwards, you see all the people, and they lead you over towards the interior of their camp once again. The interior of their tent. You can see Kurt off in the distance on the upper portion, sort of sparring with Arfu. So you make your way in. You see the other members are in here as well. They sort of sit around. They look up at you, and Jairus says, "Nobody else can know this, but we have no one else that we can trust. Phillip, we think that you've been sent here a reason, that and your friends have brought us a lot to think about, and many solutions we don't know if we're open to. You've been gone for a while, but we know you've returned home. You've learned a lot. You know a lot of this world. And we know you the most. He sort of like gestures around and says, we don't know what to do. We can't come to an agreement. We've decided to place our fate in your decision. This place that once served you as your home. These people would be happy to call you family. We've thought a lot about what your friend had said. But at the end, we can all agree on one thing. We know that you would make a good decision for us. And they look at you expectantly.
I don't think that you guys can exist together peacefully. And I can't stay here forever to protect you. I wish it could be that way. Either you're going to have to make your way down the mountain and find somewhere else to live, or we're going to have to kill them. Or at least their leader. My companions think that trial by combat's the wrong word, but one of us against their leader, or all of us against their leader, whoever wins.
I see. Thank you. Give us a moment. And you step out, sort of wait. You can hear them talking on the outside, but you don't pick up necessarily what they're saying. Till eventually they lead you back in. And Jairus says, Ov and I are of the same mind. If any of the giants are killed back for our home, I don't know if I could stay here. Our option would be to go down the mountain, and anybody else who would want to come with us could join us. Rildis and Frokus, on the other hand, are out of a different mind. Rildis believes that we have to fight for the things that we love. And if some of these giants are killed in the process of attempting to take this place back, then they are willing to return to this place, and whoever would follow them. Unfortunately, I think it is outside of our tolerance to live with these things. They killed 2 of my students.
Sorry.
I don't want to forgive them. But I don't want to take my anger out on them either. Do what you will with your companions. If you somehow are able to get these giants to leave on their own, we will stay. But if not, if they are killed, Avengerus and I will gather any other of our students and we will make our way down the mountain. That much we can agree on. Thank you, Phillip.
Try my best. Taught me a lot about the ways of mercy. I'll try. But it's hard.
Phillip, you are very strong. I've had a long time to know you. I don't know how much you've changed since last you left, but it wasn't for very long. And these people that you have brought here, they seem to respect you in some way. And we here respect you as well. You're a magnificent leader.
They're good people. All of them.
If it's any consolation, I admire the compassion your companion shares. Not to stiffen the mood here a bit, but are you all bound by incest?
Excuse me? Oh. No, that's just what Kurt calls us.
Ah, I see. Slang.
Slang.
Oh.
Yeah, it took me a while.
Many of us were concerned, but I'm glad you
No.
cleared that up.
If anyone was going to take that literally, I expected it to be the giants, not the monks.
Maybe they did.
No.
Unfortunately, you casted tongues, so they
Yeah.
understood exactly what it meant.
It's very literal. It's like that dude who's like, I am the machine and I fuck cats.
Yeah. It's also like when Caleb casts or does the telepathy, and his voice is without his accent because because he speaks Zemnian.
Yeah.
Anyways.
God.
Well, thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll
If you'd like, if this is all too much for you, we could attempt to perform this exorcism here.
No, it's fine. You guys deserve your home back.
All right.
I'm gonna go back to the tent. Do I still see Kurt beating this kid up?
Yeah.
Is he doing any better now?
Yeah, you watch as he, like, full-on stabs Kurt on accident, drops the sword, freaks out from a distance, goes over.
And Kurt chides him. No! Channel your anger. Do it properly. Now, pick
It's
up
just
the
like this,
sword.
like, panic happening as he's like, you need your arm, you need to help. Yeah.
Pick up the sword.
He's, like, going over, trying to pick it up. Do you go over there, Phillip? And then Phillip sort of walks over as he, like, looks up, and he's just like, I didn't stab him. I swear. They told me to.
I heard. You're fine, Arfu. Kurt, a word?
You're doing better. But you have to learn how to channel your anger. Otherwise,
very
it's not
aggressive.
a tool.
I see.
It's there. It's there. Just tap it. Just use it.
Okay.
Oh, mother, I crave D&D.
Kurt will
flattened.
take their sword back.
Yeah. He also gives you the sword back, and it's like, I'm beat. And he's like, he just turns.
Come on.
It's like an NPC finish their dialogue and they turn and they go,
He was like very awkward, so he walked away.
it's quite cold up here, isn't it?
make our way back to.
Okay. You both begin to walk back towards your camp. Make your way down, and eventually head back over towards the tent. Around the same time, Phelan comes back as well, who is in the camp, sort of giving off a bunch of supplies and foraging foodstuffs that he's found. And then you notice the two of them walking back, and you go back and head back, join Phillip and Kurt on the way back down.
Yeah, the winter roots.
And all three of you are now with the rest of the party.
What'd I miss?
The monks can't decide. Some of them want all of their home back, and some of them, they want their home back, but if people are killed, they would rather just leave, find somewhere else to live.
So then what's the option?
I think Laszlo's idea is not bad. Offer a battle for this place. And if she dies, then some of the monks would rather find a new place to call home. Some of them would like to stay here.
And that settles that then. Those are choices.
People
Stifled
Well,
from both angles. Trash foiled again.
that way people are still sticking to their beliefs. And,
You can't ask for much more than that.
I gotta hand it to them. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Otherwise, I'd just go back business as usual. But at the same
I
time,
would like to try to not kill any of them if we can.
I agree.
just like trial by combat. Winners without killing. Winner takes all.
I have a sneaking suspicion whichever one of us fights one of them, they're probably not going to be opposed to killing.
I agree.
It'll be our hand is the one that stays, not theirs.
Maybe we can take advantage of their stubbornness, their pride. They look down on us. Maybe we can get more than one in on the combat.
Well,
That's
we
not
did
bad
kind
either.
of blow a hole in one of them.
Sure. Maybe that kind of undermines the
Later.
idea of our weakness. Maybe they won't, but hey, it's worth a shot. That
Then again,
Kong of
they
theirs
have
seems
also-
pretty stubborn.
They have also only seen what Kurt can do.
Precisely.
If we
You choose a champion.
prepare,
Mhm.
we can buff you from the sides. If you're the fool that's going to go in there against a giant.
I have some spells that I could cast silently.
I mean, if I have to go in there alone, I will, but
I think
maybe a little back.
Otherwise, who
I would
who is
say
the best?
it's more of a
Phillip might
question
not
of
be a good
who.
idea.
I
possible.
agree with that because Gratz.
I
I don't think I want Gratz in that fight. No
I'd
offense
love
to
to be in
us,
the
but-
fight.
What?
If we're trying not to kill them, that's the only problem. And
If you start the fight, you have to be prepared to fell her, though.
Yes.
I'm prepared.
That's fine.
I don't care if a bunch of monks look down on me.
I think it should be a choice of whoever is the main. If you're the main person going in, who do you feel most comfortable at your side? If you have someone.
Well, if Philip's not, if you're all saying that Philip might not be the best choice, and if Philip's saying that,
I don't.
How long does that spell of yours work?
10 minutes.
And last time you
And I tried to
tried,
cast
Grabbed
it.
your
Gratz
hand.
did not like it.
I don't think
and I think if
utilizing Gratz is a good idea.
if he gets full control up here, he might just try to kill.
He might try to kill us.
everyone.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, he could do that at
Us,
any
the
moment.
monks.
We saw how quickly he was able to snatch up Philip when I tried to just bamf him out for a little bit. He's probably listening in on this right now.
We should stop talking about him.
Okay.
If I go in, I'm fine with that. If I have to kill her, so be it. If y'all can give me some buffs,
can
that would
try.
also be appreciated. But
I have a couple.
it would have to be without the giants noticing. I don't mind cheating.
I can.
I could use the advantage, I guess.
Like I said earlier with the lightning bolt, I can cast spells quietly, so I could do things to
Well, she
assist
does-
you and hurt whoever.
Well, she doesn't. She also doesn't know that I have this. Swing.
Isn't
Snicker
that a
snack,
problem?
motherfucker.
Oops, there went your head.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you can control the odds.
I I don't know. It's up to Jake. If Laszlo could hold the bat.
Can I just
potentially, but-
not cut her head off?
That's what I said.
can choose.
Whoops!
Yeah, like,
You could cut a limb off, maybe, instead.
Yeah.
It's not death, but
her
it's...
nose off. Got your nose.
Yeah, Kurt, if you want me to be Umberlee's chosen's champion,
Oh, hold on here,
Um,
just a second. Does anyone? Hold on.
I still suggest you pick a second. If this is more or less a duel, it's not a
Does
bad idea.
anyone
Hey,
have?
What's a second?
a sidekick, a buddy, someone who can
Oh.
help you out.
Thanks.
Potentially step in.
Does anyone have a
Your
diamond
lieutenant when there's reckoning
A
to be
diamond?
reckoned.
worth 300 gold?
No.
Yeah, I'm fresh out.
Yeah, I carry them around all the time.
They might have one here. but
Do the monks?
Look,
it's doubtful.
Just to get.
I've seen that spell used once or twice. If anything happens to me, I don't know, we gotta honor the trial by combat or else they might kill all of you.
I'm saying if you kill her, we can bring her
Stitch
back.
has the...
That's
Potentially.
that's what I knew the second you said diamond. You were like, we can kill her. There's bring her.
I completely forgot that Stitch had both of the diamonds.
It happens.
I sent you a message.
Also, that's about, if they lose a limb,
can
they
see it.
can't be brought back. So if
Right.
Laszlo cuts their head off, then kind of shit out like either way.
Just kind of super glue it back on. Oh no, wait, Stitch has the glue.
Stitch
too.
has the glue.
Damn it.
What if you do it backwards?
I got something,
What?
but only if you kill her. I'm not gonna give it to you.
What
If you
is it?
don't kill her.
I'll do my best. The sword sometimes has a mind of its own.
That's
Does
what-
it have to be a diamond, or does it have to just be something that's incredibly valuable?
It can be a diamond.
Kurt, I have a diamond you can have if you need it.
Just in case.
Pulls out
Just in
you
case.
know, wedding ring.
Okay, well,
We'll need to rest because I'm going to need to prepare.
that's fine. I'm gonna need to train a little, I think. Get in the right headspace.
Not for to spar, but
I
Yeah.
think you might kill me if
Yeah.
given the chance. No
Who
offense.
is
Not
the most
you,
like a
never
giant
you.
here?
never mind.
I know you can hear me.
You can.
I'm not.
Fighting
Who does
giants?
what?
Yeah,
Last
who's-
time we fought giants, I almost
Well, no,
died.
no. I said who's the most like a giant if you're gonna be training. But I don't think any of us really.
That's okay.
I mean, if you hit me hard enough, I'll be trying to kill you.
That's true. I don't
Fight
fancy
Phelan.
my odds.
What?
Yeah,
Fight
Phelan, you wanna
Phelan.
spar?
Phelan, go beast mode.
I don't.
Yeah, well, you
Don't
are
pull
the
a-
second.
Don't pull a freaking kamikaze like you did earlier, but
I'll
you
be
know,
the
a little Sheeran for you.
I'll be the
but-
ref.
Yeah, just I don't know. I mean, I just need someone to practice with. I'll hold it back. I'm not actually going to hurt you.
I guess I won't try to hold. Yeah, I'll hold back too.
I-
I'll just make sure. It's all.
So
Phelan, it's not. I'm not insulting you or your toughness or your ability. I just don't want to hurt you.
That's fine.
Okay, great.
You're
I'm
all
glad.
the time.
I'm
but
glad. Okay.
kind of-
You poor thing.
a thought. The giantess, she had 2 shields. in the
Yeah,
story,
I
right?
was thinking that.
It's very likely that you're not going to need to worry about blocking. You're going to need to worry about dodging.
Oh, they look pretty spiky. I don't know.
It's true. And getting around a shield like that too.
I'm not too worried about that.
Just go for the ankles.
I can find a way.
Just go for the toes. That's about.
Poke
Primarily
the
what we-
toes. Eventually they'll follow.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, the string.
The feet.
The feet man, Jesus.
Man.
Did I say that off? I think I said that off stream.
It
Yeah, that
was.
was really funny. I'm not going to explain it at all. All right. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. I'll take on the giant queen or Kong or whatever they call them.
Boom. Immediate cinematic cut.
Oh, I
Long
thought
rested?
something would just went.
Yeah.
I thought something just went to
I was like,
shit.
we're
I
fine.
was like, oh no!
A rock just hits the fucking camp.
All of the
People are
all of the
crushed.
elders dead.
Yeah, all of
you
them.
guys crushed. Game over.
It was a huge huge fucking rock.
The
My
Yeah.
implemented
legs.
possible Phillip's cool,
No,
hot half-orc boyfriend dead.
No, was it the giants? No, it was just a meteor.
Yeah.
No.
Tether Russ is like, ha!
We blame it
Not
on the
Tether
giants.
Not Tether Russ.
Like
Like
it.
us.
Why? Because it's like, I told you I'd get you if you
Knew
kept
it.
fucking around.
I found you. That's what you get for hurting my bone claw.
When
She came back. She was so sad.
sorry, it's actually an
Head
immediate.
cut off and
Did
everything.
he turn Italian? You killed him a bone claw. He was so sad.
Got a head cut off for
Thank
everything.
you with the meteor.
Can you
Laszlo.
imagine him just like duct taping her head back on?
It's okay, baby.
I'm sorry.
What if it was what if it was a meteor?
Dude,
like,
I'm gonna
just
get this
big
off.
enough to- Just on the last one, we just go,
What
oh,
did they do?
hey, we need that diamond.
My boy!
Massacred my bone.
My bone.
Not bone claw, bone.
Yeah.
Just bone.
Singular bone.
Anyway, so cinematic cut. This is the credits.
We go back to Philip having another
Uh-oh.
Oh,
sleep. Another sleep.
No. Do I get to
He's
sleep?
having another sleep.
He lets me sleep?
Roll.
Or do I need to roll to
Or
sleep?
you need to roll.
Okay. I do
Wow.
not sleep.
Oh wow, that's rough.
Yeah, you toss and turn all night,
That's rough.
and every time
20.
you slightly begin to trance, there's just this immediate shock that sends you out of it, of Grotz's face. And you swear you can feel his 6-fingered grip around your neck
What?
every
What?
time you try to
Gross
sleep.
has 6 fingers.
So, dude. Not when you're this close to my neck.
That's what I imagined.
He's probably...
Describing it. The inside.
You just gotta prepare, Grace, and we'll catch him off guard. We'll just be like, 6 fingers neck. There you go.
6-finger grasp.
No.
And you just continue to hear him over and over in your mind, just telling you to submit, just telling you that you're going to fail. He's so loud. It hasn't been this bad before. It gets to a point you have to get up, head out of the tent, out into the cold, and hopefully just staying out there and making yourself near physically numb will stop him from just being so angry in your mind. Phelan, you immediately hear that. You see Philip just storms out of the tent.
How does he look?
You can see him. It's like he goes out and the
yes,
flat
right.
just hits back.
Dark.
Dark.
Yeah.
He smells
No.
upset.
He smells like electricity. little zabby. He'll kind of look at everybody else in there.
Everybody's else
Yeah.
asleep except for Core.
Of course, just staring at a corner.
Who is like is sort of just like sitting there with her head down, and then as soon as you begin to look around, her eyes just
Corn just is Blair witching in the corner.
She's just fucking. And then just turns around. That makes
You want Phelan?
That makes it kind of funny.
No.
Oh, fucking hell. That's great. That's great.
It looks like Core's just frozen there, like she's a statue until her eyes just glance up at you.
Oh, that's creepy. He's just gonna kind of just get up and just kind of fall after Philip.
Yeah, you head out.
It's a little
Very
bunch.
cold outside as you begin to push your way over, and you just see Philip sort of standing at the edge in the middle of the snow out there.
I'm fine. Go back to bed. It's me. I don't know how to tell. I don't.
I know Grots wouldn't really do that.
Eat. Thanks. Just go back to bed. One of us should sleep.
There's nothing we can do.
I'm fine. I'm just not gonna sleep.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So
There's a very
This little cat.
cat.
Hi,
sorry, my brain broke for a second. Cor would have seen Philip leave too, yes? Okay. Once Phelan and Philip have left, after a couple of seconds, she probably actually comes out to.
Okay.
Sorry, I was gone. Well, here we are now.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Just gonna freeze a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back in.
Sorry, I was half expecting Phelan to be like, something we can do. Just be like, no, you're fine. Phelan's just like, I'm sorry. He's like, it's okay. No, for this. And just
Pushes him off the mountain.
I thought about it. He's like, it's been effective before, but at the same
Would you
time,
be opposed to happening? I don't sleep anyways.
I'm gonna come back in a minute.
it's kind of like really cold. Thanks. Laszlo.
Why was it's like,
It's just your snoring, your dad snoring.
I doubly don't sleep.
Yeah.
There's a thunderstorm below us.
I'll come back in.
No pressure. It's
Oh no,
literally just.
it is very cold, and I don't like the cold. I like the heat.
I'm just sorry. It's been getting worse. You know?
He knows his time in my head is coming to an end.
Oh well.
Wisdom save.
Oh jeez. This is
Gotta
how we
gotta
die.
stop freaking
This is
talking.
how we die.
Disadvantage? Or?
The cold is giving you advantage.
So normal roll?
You don't
Yep.
like the cold.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Yes.
Not even a hint of
You-
Grotst
you
comes
and
through
I
when you
would've
say that.
fucked.
He knows that his time is limited, and Grotst runs full force at the wall to come out into Philip's consciousness, and he's just
And Harry Potter and Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
Trolley everywhere.
If you listen closely here,
yeah.
you're like, what?
Just heard like a thud in my head.
Yeah, within your head, same joke. Sorry, I was on the toilet.
Missing and
You
shit.
caught me at a bad time.
Pissing and shitting. Oh my god.
Phil can't sleep at night because Grot's in his head going, I'm pissing and shitting all over your brain.
Aw.
Oh god.
rude.
A horrible sensation that must be.
well, we'll definitely make sure of it. You've constantly been trying to do the same for us, holding all of your promises. It's kind of the least I could do. It's
Thank you.
so
I appreciate it.
head back into the tent.
Okay.
Philip will come in too.
All right.
Because it is
Way
very
back
cold.
in.
I can't feel my fingers.
My toes. They're gone. Make sure, just tuck Kurt in a little
Yeah.
bit.
Old song.
Just make sure Laszlo's breathing.
Yeah, his sleep apnea is kicking in.
Yeah.
It's part of the, being unstuck from time.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
can't
you
just
develop
stop.
sleep
Sometimes you
apnea.
just
Yeah.
Lelia actually sleeps face down, ass up.
Ass up. Oh, okay.
She's got her face into the
that-
It's the
metal.
baby
Yeah.
clothes, yeah. That's how I slept as a baby. Apparently, I wasn't paying attention.
You're like, I don't know.
My mom
That's
says
what
I
they
was.
say.
She said it was really funny, but
yeah. I feel
Ever
like
since
it's
she's
a
been
common thing
alive,
for
it's just
kids.
been more comfortable for. I'm just kidding. No. You guys wake up the next day.
She's been alive. Only D&D.
About a week.
Only D&D. Ever since she's been alive.
I don't know.
You guys all begin to wake up slowly throughout the morning.
Throughout the day.
Man, you guys are sleeping real long today. What, you
We're
good?
resting.
Till eventually, it's a bit of like a. You are slowly getting up. Philip hasn't got up yet. He's also lying down on his side, not in his typical meditative. What did you just
I
say?
said I had a stroke.
I hope not.
He passed away in his
Just
sleep.
phone.
Oh, fine, I'll kill you then.
So much for that whole arc. Yeah.
I guess we can go back down the
Yeah. Good luck with your fucking giants, I guess. Bye.
Adios.
Give you a brain aneurysm.
I mean,
You all wake up, it reloads the scene, and Philip goes, Alright, anyways, you all begin to wake up. You're looking around. Philip is lying down on his side, doesn't have his armor on, and he hasn't gotten up yet.
oh shoot.
Well, that's.
Yeah, Phelan is just kind of
Yeah, let's go
Philip. And just very.
He's like
carefully-
shivering as you get closer. You notice there's like sweat coming down the side of like his head. sort of black curly hair, and on the bottom of his neck is like just drenched as he's just like, and he like continues to shiver, and then as you hit him, he just sort of like moves, jolts.
I think we need to get the monks.
Okay.
And then he stops.
Yeah.
Is he alive?
You go over and you grab him, and you check his pulse. Yes. And then your hand is very quickly grasped as you watch as his eyes, now glowing red, a bit of sparkling energy coming up the side as he turns over, and he just says, I won't let you. I won't let any of you. And I'll kill you before you even try. He's mine. He's always been mine. And you watch as Phillip slowly like turns, currently shirtless. And as he looks over to each of you, you watch as he reaches over, and he's not reaching for his sword. His sword is sort of off to the side, and you watch manifesting in his hand this shadowy blade, curved and dripping with acid, begins to summon forth as he begins to come upwards. And you watch as his hair begins to sort of push backwards. His skin takes on a bit of like a purplish hue, and for the first time ever, Phillip almost doesn't even look like Phillip. He appears to be almost completely and utterly grotzed as he gets upwards, and he says, I'll throw you all off this damn mountain before you siphon me from him. And that's when we'll end tonight's game.
Sheesh.
Dang.
Why is he shirtless?
Because Gross is shirtless
He's a
almost
smexy
all the
boy.
time.
It's freezing and Gross is like, God,
He was sweating. He was sweating. He was like, it's hot.
If he's,
colder?
but if he's cold,
Ross is a
enough,
fucking
then
himbo.
his nipples can be like weapons as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
They deal extra piercing
Question,
He
damage.
just looks hot is all I'm saying. What?
Do we have our armor on?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
But neither does Phillip.
Well,
Easier
it's
to hit.
Grotz. You might
I've
have
got my armor
natural.
on because I'm wearing mithril.
I use mage armor.
There you go.
Thanks everybody
First
for
thing
joining for
anyway.
tonight's game of EVENFALL. We appreciate y'all. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the monies. Thanks for all the
Money.
the support on
What are
Patreon
we,
and stuff. What's up?
2013?
If I have to wait over a month to get the
Don't-
conclusion to this.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. It's getting real close. That
mean,
baby
It's
might
going
be coming
to.
real
It's
soon.
going to,
It's
probably.
gonna
Jeez.
happen. Yeah, Spencer.
What?
Jeez.
Is it the 22nd?
Her due date is the
28th.
28th, which is theoretically an Icewind Dale day.
It is.
But
That-
I
that
think
also-
she's gonna come early.
And also
I-
a few weeks from now.
I
Yes.
will be very surprised if we make it to next week and you haven't had her yet. So, maybe this might be our cliffhanger. We don't know yet. It could be any one of these games. Who knows? But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Thanks everybody for joining. Thank you all for playing. It was a good time. And we'll see you guys next time here in Arcade Arcade tomorrow with more Fallout, and then on Sunday we're gonna have some
Icewind
nice
Dale.
Dale. So, bye. Let's see you in the stream.